You can see it up here, 53920. Here, that was it.
5-3.
Yeah, let me. I think I can try it myself.
Just say the number. 5-3.
It was 53920.
53920.
Mm-hmm. Same. Now when I go locally on that one, it works. Okay, I need to stop streaming. Need to set up a reverse proxy. No, I can log up. So let me set up a reverse proxy in 5 minutes. See how to hack, then come behind me. I'm not exposing the next steps. For my class, go to, can I write somewhere? No, I cannot. There's a network that's called IoT Empower, IoT Empower-B1300-5G. And the password is Internet of Things. Take the 5G network, yeah? Not the other one. Yeah, Internet of Things. All small. That should give you internet and access to everything here in class without the firewall hack that I'm doing. We are doing stuff here, but I want to allow the people who are remote to take part. You will actually get some of these devices that are here. You can actually play with them, but I wanted to have a little bit. You could have. There will be some time to experiment with it. So I have these compact Arduinos. So, but basically, you see here I have like more bare bones on the table. But you get one of, each team gets one of these too. Yeah. So, if I did the right thing, now we can even go to class 1. See it with HTTPS. Dang it! Yeah, it might take up to half an hour until the certificate is through. I think I will trigger it, and then if we're lucky, we can access it in half an hour. But until then, I have anyway something we can do without that. So let me. I will give 3 online streams, so that 3 teams can work online. It should work, but it should. I know that it takes a while. So we need to set up a couple more things. How many teams are? Let me try to do 4 streams. And then if we have time, I will, and it works later, I will explain what I did. If it doesn't work, we'll skip
You will
that.
not explain it. In that photo, you look like a cyber.
So yeah, that is
That was the objective.
it's not a bug, it's a feature.
It's not a bug. Feature, exactly. You have to pay more for it. Even a subscription fee to have it.
Ah, failed. Breaking everything. Ah yeah, I cannot give everything the same name. That. Yeah, it might be through in half an hour. So, and my server is now negotiating with my internet with my web provider the certificates. So, see. Dang it. I think I've triggered it. Okay, so let's hope it goes through. And let's go back to streaming. Don't show again. All good. Allow. Laptop screen. Am I live? Okay. Then I can close that and that. Okay. Ulrich, yeah. Or you'll know, my artist name is, you'll know. So let's open my, let me send the, where can I put the presentation, the PDF? Can I just dump it somewhere into the, I cannot just drop it into the chat somewhere? So let me export this as a PDF. Export.
Everyone is seeing now what you are doing.
Yeah, so what? They see that I'm giving them a presentation.
Okay.
That is fine. So that you online can follow along. I hope. Where will you chat during the class? Yeah, where will the online people be able to ask questions and interact?
In the same live stream.
In the yeah, that where they can talk, but where?
No, they can also chat.
Where is the chat?
You should see what I wrote.
You know what? Here, just
Press this one.
this one, yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, open chat.
Press.
Yeah.
And there is a chat.
Okay. Presentation. Incoming. And this should be this one. No? Can I not drop it into the chat?
I don't know. You can try.
No. Where can I upload files? Should be.
No, not in this chat, I think. You can drop it in the general chat.
Okay, I drop it in the general. Here, yeah?
Yeah, drop it in the general chat. Because this is only the chat for the live.
Yeah. There we go. Now I have to go back into the live chat. Okay. Yeah. PDF of presentation in live in the general channel.
Yeah, and it's open. I just opened it.
Good. So then, with a tiny bit of delay, we will start. Do you want to say something first, or?
No, you can say.
Okay. So there have been some changes. I've just heard that the second master class today is not taking part. That's why we took a little bit of freedom. And we have some echo. It's also not from me, I think. Is the technical stuff in okay? It's good. And can people hear me? Yes. Okay. Yeah, so because the next class doesn't take part, we thought we will try to open up some channels so that the online participants can also take part a bit. Will be a little bit experimental. So the first things I do here in the class can be definitely done also online, but some of the other things we might have to experiment a bit. I don't know what the cameras show. I have a lot of stuff and toys here, so if you are physical, so even if you are just next door, I would highly suggest to come over, because you can only really take part if you try out some of the devices that we actually have here. So it will be very hands-on. We'll about do 20 minutes of interactive lecture, and then it will turn into a full job workshop where I just run around and you experiment yourself. You build your own IoT system. We're not doing the full class, what I do in the university, but you will hopefully get a taste of what is possible. So very quickly, something about myself. I'm a computer science professor at the University of Tartu, but I'm a kind of weird professor because I have been all around the world teaching, and so I'm not only an educator, but I'm working as a consultant. I work a lot as a mentor, as you have seen me even doing here. I like to do research, but sometimes this research is more inventing new things, and what is...
I can't see your presentation. You have to use the remote.
What?
Like this, yeah. Don't worry about it.
I thought I'm streaming. Okay. Great. So, good that you see my present. So that's me. So I consider myself to be quite technically skilled. So I've also worked as a YouTuber. So feel free to check out my YouTube channel, though you will get a second YouTube channel today where more of my IoT and teaching stuff is, because I did this under the umbrella of the university and not under my personal brand. So the other stuff is actually more modern. But I've been living and teaching in Estonia, and in the US, Germany, Austria, Kazakhstan, Singapore, Indonesia, and Brazil. Maybe I can add Latvia in the future to it. And my main research areas are Internet of Things, in which facility you see me at the moment, but a lot of people know me also from working in virtual reality and augmented reality. That was the other meeting we had here in Latvia. The merge of this is called the digital twin. So if I want to talk about both things at the same time, I'm talking about digital twins. But I'm very interested actually in education itself. So everything I do is to try to improve the way I interact with students and try to make the learning experience as nice as possible. My background is software engineering, but I like to talk about the field of software engineering that I'm in the terms of software craftsmanship. So I like really to program, and I like if people program. So let me go next here and next there. So you now know something about myself, so very quickly something about you. Who can program here, or who has some programming experience? Okay, that's good. That will help, but don't worry if you don't. We will show you today something that also, if you've never programmed, might bring you into doing a tiny bit of programming. Who has some experience with all these devices I brought here, with Arduino and microcontrollers or Raspberry Pis or so? Ah, cool. Are there any fellow teachers here? Who likes teaching? Who hates teaching? Or he cares about teaching? One more question which I didn't put on here. Who has some experience with the Internet of Things? I know one guy. Yeah, good. Yeah, AI is probably a lot of people. I think we can use AI today. Large language models is fine to use in my workshop, but it will be not very AI related here. So let's do the next one. Don't have many slides. A little bit about my connection with IoT, and I usually in my classes the students have to figure out what IoT and coffee have in common. So I was in Indonesia, that's where I started drinking coffee, and I met another educator who was running a makerspace there and published on books about the democratization of hardware and the democratization of actually using hardware and software to make the world more accessible for you. There's this nice guy, William Hugh, and he told me that some of these cheap devices that I have here will change the world. And I told him, you're full of it. I don't believe you. But I actually came around later and saw that these devices are so affordable that any student can actually get them. But they're very enabling because, yeah, you have like a $2 computer that can do it or can do a lot of things. And so we always said, yeah, and it's just like the price of one coffee. And the funny thing is that this development board that you see down here is actually called the Espresso Light because it's from the Espresso company. So we had a lot of puns and connections about coffee and the devices we are working with. So you might have heard, the people who have worked with Arduino, you might have heard about the ESP8266 and the ESP32. They are all from the Chinese company Espressif. And so this Espressif board is much more affordable, much more powerful than an Arduino, which costs 10 times more than the respective Chinese board. So the ASP has enabled the whole career of my Internet of Things journey. And because it's called like espresso, I started drinking espresso at the time. That's why coffee and Internet of Things for me is one of the same thing. So, But I want to still know what you know about IoT. So I don't like to talk a lot. I like teaching. So you all know some way to browse the internet, or you have already worked with it. So either pick your brain now or ask Google or some LLM that you trust. And we want to come up very quickly in 5 minutes with a definition of the Internet of Things and challenges that you have regarding the Internet of Things in the project you are doing here on the Hackathon. Maybe you don't have any Internet of Things challenges, it's fine too, but I know that some of you have definitely something where Internet of Things plays a role. To facilitate that, find this challenge, find 3 domains where the Internet of Things plays a role, hopefully in your domain of the thing. So one example of domain would be home automation, or one example would be healthcare, but please find some other domains where Internet of Things can play a role. Then I want you to find 2 data protocols. Yeah? How do we speak Internet of Things in a technical term? I will not give you any lead, but I'm pretty sure you will find some. And find 2 typical devices. Yeah, also people online, so please do the same exercise. It will be about 5 minutes. You're probably faster because you can quicker kind of switch to a different window. And then already see if you find a good definition, copy it, else we will make one together. So 5 minutes, you try to find a challenge, 3 domains, 2 protocols, and 2 typical devices. And I will make a longer break than 10 seconds now. As we have seen yesterday, that's a powerful thing to do. So take your phone, Google something, work with your neighbor, that is fine. Or you can also work with the two guys.
I already found
Yeah.
it.
I'm expecting you don't even need to Google, you can probably put this all out of your head.
Not everything, but mostly.
Yeah.
We have ChatGPT, you know?
No, ask ChatGPT. You can ask, hey, we have this task, so find this. Give us some examples. My students do that too, it's fine. The nice thing is it still often comes something new. So also something that I like to, this is more of a workshop than a lecture to you. I always say, in a workshop, you work and I shop. And that's why I will now run around and see how you make progress. And then in a couple of minutes, we will see. I mean, you know some example of devices already.
I just need to reassure myself about the definition.
Yeah. There it actually makes sense to ask ChatGPT what is the best definition for the Internet.
What do you mean by 3 domains?
Yeah, when I gave it 2 examples like healthcare and home automation, I think you would probably say something about logistics and transport.
I was thinking the domain name, but okay.
Yeah. Application domains.
And the challenge is something
You probably have more than one.
bad network coverage.
Yeah, Colin. I will. That's my goal.
That's why we are now working with the NDM network and with the call with the BSF.
I see you're quite successful. How is it going here? Oh, yeah, yeah, no. It does help. It does help.
Sure.
Have you found a challenge that fits your
Sure.
case?
I worked this project in digital twin in tourism industry. I managed the project in digital twins in tourism
Maybe you want some
For what?
digital twins in tourism industry.
Tourism. Okay. What are you modeling as a digital twin?
We are modeling a system which help companies to I lead the project, but I have guys who is responsible about this because they are specialists in artificial intelligence and digital twins.
And you model somehow the tourist
Yes.
flows? Or it's good. I will give you a second to.
I can show you. If my internet connection will restore.
How much is it? Cheaper.
So 1 more minute, and then we will wrap this up and move closer to letting you work on some things. Also, if you're online, please put already some of your solutions into the chat. And online people can, of course, cheat and look at my next slide, but still try to do something on your own. Let's go to the chat and see if something is coming from our online participants. That would be very sad if nobody participates online and I manage to break the firewall.
Pretty much sure that no one will do it because people are really shy not to show that they don't know something.
But
Especially Latvians.
everybody here locally has answers just asking ChatGPT, which is totally fine in this exercise. You can also ask Copilot if you don't want to, or Gemini. I think all of them will actually give you decent results. Or I use Perplexity. I like Perplexity, but
It's underrated.
Hmm?
It's underrated.
yeah,
It's good.
yeah, no, because that gives you the sources, which ChatGPT does now too. So let's go back to my talk. Can you guys a little bit also watch the chat? Our tech guys back there. Yeah, yeah. So that we're not only so if there are coming results from there, I definitely want to include them. So let's try. So let's start with the domains. What other domains than healthcare and home automation have you found where Internet of Things plays a role?
I have found a very interesting domain. It's smart cities.
Smart cities is a
Yeah,
great
smart
domain.
traffic and waste management and environmental.
Oh, let's give the others a chance too.
Those are the parts of the smart city.
Yeah, so you're right.
Really interesting.
Waste management, recycling, urban monitoring. Yeah, public urban monitoring. You need to show my screen.
I can try it.
As we said, also home automation, home and building automation, because building automation is, in principle, also related to smart cities.
Industry 4 and 5.0.
Industry. What is 5.0? I don't know yet, but is it, this is 4.0 plus AI, yeah?
No. Plus human beings.
Plus-
Human-centric approach.
Ah.
The same Industry 4.0 plus human-centric approach.
Mm.
The most interesting thing is that industry representatives love Industry 4.0.
Mm-hmm.
But 5.0 they also love, but not so much because they have
Only if they get money for it.
exactly.
They love it from the other side.
Yeah.
From the other side.
Can we throw in yours? Your domain?
Transport and logistics for sure.
We actually transport and logistics in general, so warehouse management and all this stuff.
There are a lot of applications under that.
Yeah. You guys found a domain? Tourism, you just said, yeah? Tourism is a.
New start.
Mhm.
New start our
Yeah.
You don't
security. Ah, yeah, kind of like emergency management and all this stuff.
Can be.
Uh,
Because the lady said that home automations, I didn't say home security.
okay.
Can use it.
Mm-hmm.
Can we use it also like in education? For example, now we have this temperature checking in all schools and
Oxygen level.
Yeah.
oxygen level. And it is already
This is very cool. I don't even have that on my next slide. So I always say, guys, making and hacking is in principle a domain of Internet of Things, which is kind of education. But I think the nicest term we can give to it is called citizen science. So citizen science is a nice Internet of Things domain. Okay, enough. What did you discover in terms of technical things? What data protocols did you stumble upon? I just hope you find at least one which we will use here, but let's see. That is a device.
The protocol that
It can use any protocol. ESP32, ESP8266, Raspberry Pi.
Constrained application protocol.
Yeah, isn't this co-op? Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
COA. What is it? Yes, COA.
Yeah, co-op. That's what your IKEA devices speak when you do your home automation. They speak co-op. And if you mention co-op, can you mention the other really important one? Okay, I will give it to you. It's MQTT, the message queuing telemetry transport, which is even older than co-op, but basically MQTT is the language that IoT devices speak, and we will use it today. Other devices, so we have kind of microcontrollers, but what are kind of typical smart devices that you have experienced, have seen? What about the Philips Hue? Has anybody used a smart bulb at home? Or you have, what about Alexa or something like that? Yeah. Does anybody have a smart washing machine or so?
Thermostats also.
Oh yeah. HVAC. Great, yeah. Of course, this is kind of the classic application. So logistics is the original domain, and NFC tags, RFID tags play kind of a huge role in the history of the Internet of Things. Bluetooth tags, of course, which opens a whole nother rabbit hole. Maybe that is a good thing to go to the challenges from the Bluetooth tags. What challenges do we face in the or especially for your personal domain?
as I've mentioned, the network coverage.
Network coverage, and I like to call that.
Security also.
Oh yeah, coverage, security, privacy. What also?
Bandwidth for the
That's connectivity. There was something.
instructions. For example, user knowledge. If you are using something, you have to know how to use it. But it's very usually that there is no explanation.
Oh yeah, UX design is.
Exactly.
That's kind of tricky. Kind of. Sometimes setting up things take way too long in the Internet of Things.
The next challenge could be the regulations.
Oh, good stuff.
Because in some parts of the world you can do something with the broadband, and in other ones you can't.
Anything personal for some of the projects you had this kind?
Sold it.
The hardware, yeah, soldering, creation, manufacturing, yeah.
And installation, to fit the sizes with the environment of the user.
Environmental concern. Oh, so any definitions? Anybody found something really cool? I will only write down one. Is there anything coming online?
No.
Hmm.
Okay, just the basic definition.
Please read for us.
Yeah, the devices that are working within a one network and communicate between themselves.
Okay, so that is a definition that is very much about connectivity. Mm-hmm.
Basically a cloud workplace. But I kind of compare them to like ecosystems, like any ecosystem that a big company uses to like make a communication between the devices.
Okay, anybody has kind of a concise one that ChatGPT or so generated that you could read to us?
What about challenges?
No, a definition for IoT. What is the Internet of Things?
Refers to the network of physical devices, sensors, applets, and other objects embedded with technology that enables them to connect to the internet and exchange data. These devices can collect, send, and act on data, often without human intervention, using embedded systems like processors, sensors, and communication hardware.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I tried to capture this a little bit shorter, yeah, but so we have seen already, yeah, physical devices that have some form of intelligence that connect in a system together, so it's not one device. So a robot is not necessarily a thing of the Internet of Things. Yeah, so a robot, several robots can be part of an Internet of Things system, but a single robot is not necessarily, depends on the use case, an Internet of Things device. It belongs to a different class. Great. Let's see if we missed anything. Do you guys want to switch back to the presentation? Okay. Sorry. When may I click?
Sorry, there it is.
Okay. Yeah, so I don't know, not everybody says all this as me here, some are. So you might remember these terms of ubiquitous computing and pervasive computing. That was kind of before things came. So it's basically computing everywhere around us. The things kind of go into hiding. So a good Internet of Things is actually not notable and merges into the background. So that's what the promises of ubiquitous computing and pervasive computing were. I always compare it to the development of cloud computing. So I would say cloud computing is a little further in terms of business development than the Internet of Things. And in the beginning, we were very sad because we called cloud computing grid computing before it was called cloud computing, and virtual machines and server management. So that kind of matured into this more like business term cloud computing. And I think the Internet of Things is also the same thing. It's kind of a easier to capture term that encompasses some of the technologies we had already for a while. So yeah, my PhD was actually on home automation in the beginning of the 2000s, where, yeah, also Internet of Things wasn't a thing, but definitely I did Internet of Things in my PhD. A little bit ahead of my time. Yeah, here, urban computing with smart cities, we mentioned. Embedded computing, we also mentioned. Then actor-sensor networks is kind of a little bit part, but it was a research domain before we called it Internet of Things. Yeah, M2M communication, that was good in your definition. That means machine-to-machine communication. So it's actually without actual, yeah, other human intervention or programs. Devices can talk to each other. Nobody mentioned actually here mobile computing and wearable computing. That's part of Internet of Things too. Then here hacking and making, there was a very good point about this educational impact of the Internet of Things. And yeah, data we also mentioned. So we create data and we action on data. So that's a really important thing, and that's also where the connectivity to AI comes into place. So you might have heard of predictive maintenance. That is a typical Internet of Things domain, and a big part in what you're actually doing. So for me, Internet of Things is about systems, so not single devices, about connectivity and data. Yeah, here, this what you see here in the corner there is my first Internet of Things presentation ever. Like a long time ago, I met with a friend and we just pulled all the devices together that we had to present something about Internet of Things. And it's a typical smart lock. So it's a smart doorbell. It's kind of really corny example, but it's kind of one of the first things you usually come up with. A smart lock with a smart light and combining this to have some dual use, that the light is also showing that somebody is at the door. So it's kind of nice that you can use a device for another purpose than it was initially designed for. So, yeah, as I told you, I've done Internet of Things for quite a while. And after, and then, you know, when you develop software, when you teach software, you see that you do things again and again. You reinvent the wheel again and again. And then the software engineer says, hey, if you do that all the time, maybe you should start abstracting from it and make it reusable so that you don't have to reinvent it all the time. Yeah? Let's write some software. And so over the iterations, I came up with an education framework, and this is nowadays called IoT Empower. Yeah, it's an IoT system that I can use in class that empowers the students. And we will actually work today with IoT Empower to build quickly some of our own IoT systems. What is IoT Empower? Yeah, it's a free and open source framework that everybody can use to teach and to prototype the Internet of Things. I would like to bring it to the point that it is more in industrial use too. But that might be one of the challenges for here today. So if you are interested to use it in your project, I'm very happy to help and see maybe in collaboration with you that this comes a step closer to being industrially viable. I think its open source nature is very interesting. It's, I think, to my knowledge, the only MIT licensed IoT framework that is out there. All other IoT frameworks that you can find that are open source are licensed under GPL or a viral license and are therefore not industrial viable because you would give up too much intellectual property. So I think it should have industrial relevance. However, I'm missing maybe some marketing, but that's why I'm here. So that's why I'm exposing you to it in it. So we are, of course, we worked a little bit on marketing our own stuff, and we will later watch a small movie about it, but we basically say IoT Empower packs everything you need to bring your own IoT project ideas to life. So, and I mentioned up there, there's some integration part in it where I use an available software from IBM, an open source software. It's called Node-RED. Node-RED is this software where you can visually program something, so we will actually do that next. And what it also brings is device management. I will show it at one point. All the devices we will have here, I will update them all at once at one point here in the class. So I can actually do multi-device management with Internet of Things, and I hope you would actually confirm that this is a really important thing for, for industry. You don't want to drive to each of the devices and then... Yeah. So you will have these devices, he will take them and we will update them while you actually play with them. So I hope that will be impressive. And then I pressed you on that. Does anybody have heard of the idea of publish subscribe or even of an observer pattern? No? But you all know how a chat server works, yeah? You know all how Discord works. Discord follows the publish, subscribe, or observer pattern. And so that basically means it allows a lot of participants easily to communicate with each other. So that's the main paradigm. If we want to build anything in a network with lots of devices, we want to use publish, subscribe. It means you have channels where devices can subscribe to. So we have here this case where we have this kind of central point where you can subscribe. So we have here two clients that subscribe to the channel temperature. And then if you have one device that sends into temperature, both of these devices get it. So we have a little bit, yeah, once upon a time I said it's like Twitter, but you know that's a little bit politically charged at the moment. So I think Discord is a better example. Yeah, so imagine in Discord you have a server that you subscribe to, and in the servers you subscribe to different channels. And so this is basically publish, subscribe. And MQTT allows us to do that in a very lightweight form. It's also open source. And I can run, as we say in our field, I can run MQTT on a toaster. So basically the toaster will have more computational power nowadays than I need to run MQTT. But like this device costs on the market now €1.50. So it's significantly cheaper than a coffee. And yeah, and it has Wi-Fi, and it has kind of a little operating system running on it. So if you want to make a device smart, you can put a €1.50 thing in it, and you can probably connect it to the internet this way. If we need connectivity in the car and need LoRa, need a little bit more, or GPRS, it will be a bit more than 150, but even with, well, GPRS receiver you could probably get for €10 or so. Yeah. Yeah. So let's say for your case, you can potentially get the hardware under €50 if you build it yourself.
Significantly under 50 euros.
Yeah. Yeah, so Node-RED, this integration stuff is a big, is a big part of IoT Empower, and the thing I really want to show you today. So Node-RED allows us, if we have devices on the internet, to merge them into one system. So Node-RED can basically speak all protocols. So you can use CoAP and MQTT, but another protocol we haven't mentioned is actually just HTTP API communication. Yeah, you can totally, I don't know if anybody has programmed and got the weather information out of the net. There's kind of a way to just put in a specific URL and a token, and then you get the current weather information for some area. So you can, there's a node in Node-RED where you can actually put in your token, and then you can add weather information at a specific location to your thing. But Node-RED also talks with smart bulbs, with Zigbee protocol, so you can merge all this into one. So integration is key, and integration is quite easy with Node-RED. Nice thing is Node-RED also, you will see now, it comes with a lot of documentation, so it's very nice if you can actually read up on things on demand. And Node-RED is actually quite well supported by large language models. So you can actually ask ChatGPT how to do some things in Node-RED, and you usually get quite a decent answer. So, I think we have like 1 or 2 more slides, and then you can do stuff here. So that's basically a schema of what we have here on the table. So we have here a router. You will connect all to this one. It's not that one, but I have a lot of these, so that's why that image is in here. I have MQTT running on that router. So we will use the MQTT broker that runs on this router. Then we have different topics, like all these sticks here. Yeah, these are these guys. So I pre-flashed these all, so we will all be in the same network, and we will work with these sticks and send each other messages, because these are in this network. And yeah, you will use your computer to access Node-RED. So well, I don't know, nearly everyone can use one, or use one per team. We will go to Node-RED, which will run on my computer here. I have 10 instances of Node-RED running on my computer, so I will give each of you one to play with. And yeah, and these are the sticks. These sticks are kind of nice because they're like an all-in-one IoT package. They have a couple of sensors in there. So this thing has a screen which can show information. It has 3 buttons. 2 of them are programmable. One is for resetting. And it has connections. So we'll also later connect a temperature sensor to this. So I will actually show you how to add another device to this here. And Yeah, these devices can communicate with Wi-Fi and with Bluetooth. Potentially, you can add a LoRa receiver to it. You can also add potentially a GPRS receiver to it. And yeah, in a small package, we have all this. They're a bit more expensive than these. So these, it's kind of the same architecture. So both of these are expressive devices. This costs €1.50. This costs €15. But for teaching, I like to have, and there's a battery inside, so that also makes it quite nice to use in the classroom. It will not last very long in a truck, so you will probably need a different power solution for that.
Which brands is it?
This is M5 Stack. So the company is M5 Stack. They make the M5 sticks. It's a
Microcontroller, right?
it's an ESP32. And you will get one, and it's really nice. It has documentation written on the back, so great teaching device. Really like using it. So, then let's start the big chaos and see if we have connectivity. So I have 10 instances for you for Node-RED. Maybe I can use one, and you can use it with multiple users, but it's a little tricky. So I would say to avoid some chaos, we should see how many people want to play and participate now.
Is it a cloud-based? So basically you just connect it and then use it through the browser?
I think maybe team up at least with one, so maybe you two can use one computer together.
I will use it together. Because I don't understand anything.
Is there anybody online? If nobody is online, we can totally use it in the side of the classroom. So the people who use it, let's use it locally, even if I try to break the firewall. But let's connect to the network IoT Empire B1300 5G. Yeah, so please connect your computer to that network. Password is the Internet of Things.
It's only
Yeah.
USB, right?
Kas te Wi-Fi
It's
ir?
only USB, right?
Jāslēdzas rek pie šī
Yeah.
tīkla.
I want us to be all in the same network so that we can talk with the devices. So, but I need to know now how many teams we have because I need to assign to you an address. So you will be one team. You will be one team 2, 3. Do you want to work together with them? Let's do you make one team. You one team. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yes, I would like. If
Great.
I have a place.
No, they're totally. I have 10 instances.
Okay.
So I promise you to give you the NN. Yeah. So I will just start you. You get you get 81. Yeah.
81.
You get 81. You get 82. You get 83. You get 84, 85, 86. Yeah. So what you have to do. So I'm 80. Yeah. So you're 81, and so on. So the number that I gave you, you have to connect to the network. Type in into your browser http://allnode-framework: 1880, 1881, 1882, depending on that. Shall I put this in the chat for us?
We can understand.
Okay. So first connect to IoT Empire network, the 5G one. There's also a without 5G, but
But there was some problems with the internet, I think, because we...
We tried to connect, but for some reason said that there is like no express connection.
Yes, this one, yeah, exactly.
I managed to connect.
No, for me it's
Maybe.
directing to Google and that's it.
you use HTTP, yeah?
No, for me it's working.
Maybe too many people are...
No, I don't think so. That thing is, and you're sure you are connected to the 5G network?
It's working for me. I got it to site, the website.
So you should see
Yeah, this
something like this. Yeah. Let's try all to get there. So you should see some kind of version of Node-RED. And if not, I will try to help you.
There are some you can check out, have the same problem.
Mhm. So are you? You are not connected to either IoT, and you should use 5G. Unable to connect to
Uzliec,
the
lai
network.
tas, kas ir streamā. Uz ekrāna.
Can you try again and ask? Maybe you type the
Need to
password.
write,
Nav da paņemiet iekšplānus,
No.
instrumentiem,
Yeah.
kurš dara.
Connect. And now Internet of Things, one word.
Could you help us perhaps? Like, I don't know why it's loading for so long. Like, just, I entered the
Let me
password.
quickly see if they
Ah,
have it,
okay,
and then I
maybe
come
it's
to you,
the
yeah?
same, maybe it's the same.
I'm very bad at multitasking.
That's fine, that's fine. No worries.
Are you sure you typed it in correctly?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Okay, and now try to go to the web page. HTTP. Yeah. Type in HTTP. Double slash.
One after one.
Pie manis.
If you want, I can try to. Is it a Latvian
Man
keyboard?
vajag
It's
gudru
not so difficult.
Tāpēc jau nebija.
Tev nav
So
gudru
we need
Mūsu
double
vietā.
slash. Oh no, that's the name of my computer.
Vai tev pa daudz vai pa maz?
Hold on. Which number did you have? 80.
Kāda bija tā parole?
No, you're 85, yeah?
It was just, it was just Internet of Things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Internet of Things without any spaces, without any capital letters.
You ready to play? You connected?
You can see, boss, everything is fine
Yeah,
for us.
perfect.
I think I'll need your help.
Yeah. Now, do they need my help too, or?
Is this the correct password? No.
Yeah.
Is this the correct?
Yes. That should be it, and then you should be able to go into your. You connected? Cool. So.
Man tas ir arī. Nu jā, pareizi tagad jau
Oh,
sākās.
the address is. 180.
So we are all actually on the same, we are two people on the same team.
You want a new board? You can use 87 if you want. I think it's on you. So you use it from your phone, yeah? It's a little tricky, but I use it. Let's see if you manage. But if it's troublesome, yeah, work together then.
I'm 87.
Yeah. Hey, you can mess each other up. There's no access control at the moment, so I ask you, play nice, yeah?
We still cannot.
Oh. You only need the right address.
It just said that there's like a problem.
Maybe we have to sit somewhere else.
I mean, you can join, but I'm pretty sure we can get it. Let's be.
Nē, man es nevaru tik ilgi sēsties un nekustēties.
Mūs arī ar jūtu nobildē, ka mēs ar gudrām sejām sēžam. Tā kā kaut ko saprast, ko dara.
Labi.
Maybe there are restrictions or.
You can try to connect on the one without the key, because, but I.
For some reason, I don't know, it's just loading for so long. I don't know, this is the first time I've ever seen this kind of problem.
And when it's an app, it's the only Apple.
That's like maybe, yeah.
Es pats paskatījos, vai tas Internet of Things. Es nekad neesmu to darījis. Baigi interesanti, baigi interesanti, bet es nekad neesmu to darījis.
I don't know what
It's a sub. Tāpēc vientīvērts.
Pick the channel that is not legal in this country, but then why would everybody?
Yeah,
Try to connect on the two computers. I heard that there are. I think if it's only one connecting, there should be one. That doesn't mean everyone to be connected.
Все написано.
Let's connect.
Okay, great. So, what was the next step?
Don't tell the others. So you are the only one who has to use. I know the Mac doesn't like my 5G network. That should be fine. my computer on this network. And on which number were you? 85.
Okay, great, thank you.
So everybody's in? Then you can follow. So, Node-RED, the master of integration. So, I will show you the hello world of Node-RED. And so, Node-RED is a visual programming or integration editor. So, I will show you a little bit the basic elements here. So, you see these things on the left. These are called the nodes. And one important node is the debug node. And the nice thing is you see there's lots of documentation. Yeah, if you click a node, things pop up here, and you can a little bit read what this is doing. So yeah, let's use the debug node, and let's use the inject node. Yeah, so we just pull them here. This program is still not doing anything. We have to say the inject node sends something to the debug node. So this is the flow is always from left to right. So you see here we can take this little button and connect these two together. And then when you want to run your program, you have to press this big red deploy button in the upper right corner. Let's do that. And then there is an information panel on the right. You can see here information, documentation. So basically, if you click on the debug node and then click here on help, you can read even more about what the debug node does. Don't need that at the moment, but just to know if you get lost, you can always kind of click on a node and then read up on it. But there's also a little bug here. See this little bug symbol up there? So if you press on that, you get an empty space. And when I now press this button next to timestamp, you see I get an output. So each time I press here, I get a timestamp on the right. So I will do one more change, and then everybody should try to implement that. If you go now here and say, so double click on the timestamp, or right click and say open. Can I do that? Right click? I don't know. No. So I usually just double click on it. Then you get all these options. And then I can say, I don't want to send the milliseconds. I want to send a string. A string is a number of letters. And we say here, hello IoT, or whatever you want. Then I have to press the red button again, deploy. And if I click now on that, we get hello IoT there. So we can now generate text, and we can send text somewhere. That's pretty important.
Now do it slower.
Okay.
So that we can follow up.
Inject and debug you have, yeah?
Yeah, the bug we have.
You have the inject node, the first two nodes that are here on the left. You need one inject node, one debug node, and then you need to connect them.
Yeah, that is done.
Then you have to press the red button up here, deploy.
Yes, it's also.
And then you press this little thing here in the corner, and you should get some output in the debug field. I can comment around it now. So let's get there that we can all say hello.
So successfully
Deployed.
injected that.
And here you need to go on the little bug. And now you press this little button there.
Injected timestamp. Nothing.
You press this little tab here.
Here?
You turned off the debugging.
Okay.
So try again. Deploy.
Deploy.
Now do again.
Okay.
You can, because you can have lots of debug things, you sometimes just want to temporarily disable it.
Same one's enabled.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now double click on that one. And don't send milliseconds. Here you can take this little arrow down there. And send a string instead. And then write something you want to send.
Okay.
Right, so what is the point about milliseconds there?
Done.
Yeah, you want to go into a string. So you take this
Yeah.
little thing
Oh,
that
this,
goes.
yeah.
Yeah.
Great. Oh, so when I'm supposed to put it this here.
Yeah. No, so if you can send strings, you can send commands. This will be important. We can turn on lights and everything. So, to make it more interesting, You have 2 devices already. Maybe you give one to. Let's see if we can maybe keep them.
Right, but
So
where was
everybody gets some toys. Here, you
sorry, where was Hello IoT supposed to show up?
in the debugger. So here is a little bug, and press here.
Ja imam šlade je. Sadly, the mobile version isn't quite up to the
Oh, it works
Oh,
for
wait,
our.
am I supposed to put
you don't need it.
That's bad because I don't have actually
This is I think I have a USB-C to C cable.
like it's
Old school. Pa ga naučio, kad parveidot.
It's like 150 milliamps. So
Ima
if it runs out of power,
neki
let me know when I
Man
give you a
ga
cable.
ljubao vjenč. Man ga u vjenč.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Can I give one to them? This is fully
Yeah,
charged.
but the problem is that I actually don't have this support.
That is a problem there too. So I have one USB-C cable, but you can also give them one of these.
Šit si uzlādēt. Viņu nevajag slēgt klāt, viņš ir uzlādēts.
I have USB, but I have like cable.
Okay, but it should have like an hour charge, so you don't need the cable. Are you sure that you cannot switch this other one on? Can you give me the other one? Yeah, I know it's charged.
Also it's charged, right? So I don't need to plug it in.
No, for an hour. So at one point we might today have to plug it in. But if you're lucky, we can use
Right,
the
so
whole.
we do not need this one.
Okay, of course.
Okay, let's have both.
Just give them back to me later.
Okay, of course.
Yeah. I mean, actually, maybe we should give him the smartwatch. He's kind of the guy who.
Okay.
This actually, I really like that you can simulate a watch device with it. See, it shows something like stick number something. Yeah, so it's another number you have to remember. And so I have a lot of devices here too. And I will now teach you how you can send a message to this device, because you can now create messages. So let's send something to your own screen, and then we start sending something to each other.
Okay.
So I will do something, and please watch for a second. So I told you the network communication is all about this MQTT. Yeah, so all these devices are connected to my network, and if you look here, you can either type in here MQTT, then you see that there are MQTT nodes, but you can also just scroll and see here in the network there's MQTT in and MQTT out. So let's take one of each. So you can actually potentially already connect the Hello IoT to MQTT out, but you see there's a little red triangle on it, and we have to add the broker. We have to tell our system that MQTT is running on my router here. So, and for this, we have to add a new broker. If you don't follow along, don't worry, I will come to you and we can do it together, but if you can, do it now. So the MQTT server is on 192.168.18.1. So this is the one number you have to put in. I really should write that somewhere, but we don't have a blackboard. 192.168.18.1.
And port is
1883, that's the default. Please add the MQTT server. So we are all using the same MQTT server. You see, soon we will start building one system together.
So wait, it's 192.
.168.18.1.
okay, use the same one for the MQTT out as well.
If you say here add, it will already turn fine on the other one, I think.
No,
Okay, then you have to go in there and select it here. Yeah. So this should look now without a warning. Let me do it once more. So I will edit this one and delete it again.
Where we have to write it in MQTT in?
Doesn't matter. You can do it on any, but let's do it on MQTT out.
Out. Okay, out it is.
And then you should have here add new MQTT broker. You have a plus sign here. Do the plus sign.
Yeah.
And then on the server, put in this address, 192.168.18.1.
168.
18 or more for everyone, right?
Yeah, we all talk on the same MQTT server.
18.1?
So the cool thing is an MQTT server, even on that router, can probably easily serve 10,000 clients. So that's actually really, MQTT is a cool protocol because it's so lightweight and you can do a lot of communication there. And it's used.
And the port we have to leave the same.
Yeah, it's the same, yeah. And then you say add, and then you say done. You can give it a name here, but you don't. So just say done. So then it should be there. And then here, on the other one that is now still, make sure you select that one.
Yeah, and we have to, at least in my, it has the topic.
Yeah, and then we have to specify a topic. So but I wanted to tell that next. So now we select the server here. And you, for a second, don't do it. There is a special topic, which is the pound sign. And on the pound sign, we can see everything. But if we now all listen to the pound sign, then there's a lot of network traffic. So let me first do the pound sign here. And then I will take this and send this into the debug node. So basically the topic is listen to all topics when you put in the pound sign. So I do deploy. What's going on? Who is on my server?
We all are there.
No, somebody is on. Oh, sorry. So I am on the wrong one. I'm on 1889. Nobody should be on 88.
You are 80. 80.
But who is on 1889? I'm actually on 1889. So who's?
You was hacked.
Maybe the remote access works. Maybe some of the people remotely.
You connecting.
Yeah. Okay. Then I will just redo it here. Let's see what the remote people are doing. Maybe we see some unexpected message. I will go on 1880 and redo everything. No, leave page. Whatever they are doing online, I don't care. So here I'm on that one. So I needed a debug node. So I have to redefine my server here. 192.168.18.1. Add. And I say I will listen to everything. And then let's see what is coming. There. Let's see. See, there's a lot of stuff going on. A lot of sticks are sending something. So that's when you kind of stop debugging because it gets a little bit overwhelming. And the nice thing is now if you, I don't know, can anybody see this? So these are the messages. And you see here the different topics that are coming in. There's scale 01 weight. There is my debug messages, the scale. In here you see it's like something like sticks 22 LED. Yeah, and these are different scales. Sticks 20 temperature. And here another weight. But you see, there's all the form for the sticks. We have sticks slash, then the number of the stick, and then below we have some other values. And I will now tell you to send a message, you have not to put in temp or so, you have to put in console. Or we can actually say now, just for measuring, I have, I think, stick 20, 21, and 22 here in front. So I will now listen just to sticks 20 pound. Yeah, so you can take the number of your sticks and can listen to your stick number with the pound sign.
So this stick slash
Sticks slash number what your stick shows, and slash pound.
Okay. I didn't catch that.
Sticks, number of your stick, minus 20, and then the pound sign. Or hashtag.
So I have to enter that in the topic field or
Yes, in the topic, in the MQTT in topic. And then pipe the output to the debug so you can see everything what's off your stick.
so wait, that was my stick number minus
No. Your stick number should be 5 or so.
right.
You put in, instead of 20, you put in 5.
Okay, so I just put in okay.
Mm-hmm.
If it's 0, 1, we're on 1, right?
No, it's 0, 1 then. Sorry, I must have.
Also it's
Yes.
Only 1.
Good question. And it's 0, 3. So if it shows 0, 1, then you put in 0, 1. Put in what your stick shows. So minus 2, 0, yours might be 0, 5, 0, 6, or whatever. And then the hashtag. And if you deploy, and here we can clean things if you press the little garbage can. And now if I press on my stick 20, if I press the button, we should.
Invalid topic specification.
The front button should be pressed.
Yeah, and then you should see something and it doesn't work, and I don't know why. You get something?
It says connected everywhere, but nothing happened.
Ha! Why not?
No.
I got the message. The workspace contains some nodes that are not properly configured.
No, then yet some of them shows still an exclamation mark, so the red triangle. Say cancel. See?
Them are showing red triangle.
So then you have you need a slash after the 0, 9.
09 slash
Yeah, and then the pound.
slash then the pound. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then here you also need to select the other one. And or you can remove that one. Okay, done.
Done.
Deploy. Oh, here's still something wrong.
Yeah, there is still something. This is no. Yeah, this is correct, but here is something. Sticks.
Ah.
Slash 09 slash hashtag.
Try deploy and see if it persists.
No. Still saying that it's wrong.
It's the output you're sending. You cannot use a hashtag in the output, only with the listen.
So without hashtag.
So here you want to probably do in console. So write console. No, it was okay. Sticks 09 slash console. See. This is to send a message to the screen. Done. And deploy. In principle, if you press your hello, it should come on page.
It's working. Just a question. Why do we need this when we are not connecting it to anything?
Yeah, you want to put it into debug to see actually everything. When you press a button, you want to see that. So connect that one to debug.
And then
And then deploy again.
oh yeah.
And then if you press the button, you should potentially see it here. But I had some. Oh yeah.
What?
So you get the pressed and release.
Release, press, release, off, release, release.
Yeah. And then the LED that is built in sends that it is off. It makes a status message. While the button sends pressed and released, and also this button should work. This one, I think. See? This is also pressed and released. So you have two buttons to play with.
Yes. So there are two buttons. Under this one there are two buttons, yeah?
No, there's one here, and this is a button too.
Okay, but why?
And this is a reset button. So this you use for power off.
And then, no, but for example, now if I press this one, press release. Okay. But if I press and hold it,
Well, then it will just, after 5 seconds, say that it's still held.
and then it releases automatically.
It still doesn't work. If I press the
It's
debug
working.
here, then it sends a message, all good. But if I press here, then nothing happens.
you move the 08 and see what it does. It's a small stick. Yeah, so it should not matter actually.
Interesant.
But try with this one.
Mājās varēšu parodināt.
Jums pašiem tā ierīce nestrādā. Mums tā ierīce nestrādā.
Mums nestrādā
Tā
ierīce.
kā, jā.
Well, aizgāja.
Aizgāja.
You need a house.
Okay.
Tur jāieras pareizi tādā topikā. Tu vienā vietā ir tas slash ar hashtagu. Un tādī, kas ir autā, tur ir tas sticks, slash, numurs, slash, un bet tur hashtag vietā jāraksta
And there's another
console.
button here.
Console.
This
Which
one.
one was recent?
This is output. Press this one.
Jā, autā tevi jāraksta tur, kur ir
There are two different.
tādā topikā, tu raksti
So you
sticks,
actually have
slash,
to yeah.
tādu savu numuru,
Stick slash. Oh, okay.
sticks,
Yeah, but you can see it's a different topic. You see here the
sticks, slash, numuru, kas tev uz tās sūdiņa, tāda atkal, slashu, un tāda konsole. Un tāda ir deploy,
here now it's the bottom.
un tad vajadzētu būt tā, ka tu nospied uz to, kur tev bija tas
So you should be able to use two buttons, bottom and home. But I don't know why I can't use it. So you can all.
Jā, pagaid, vēlreiz. Es uzliku tajā topikā.
I
Ah.
will go and consult them. I don't know anything, but I will consult them. That is the most
You're now an
important thing.
expert.
The
You're not working.
It's a consulting job and expert
Right.
job.
Bet es ieliku topikā, kur sticks slash 02. Tas ir out.
Draudzīga kompānija.
So I need to give you one more crazy addition. Is like how you can send to your neighbor things, and how you can actually send messages to you. So, but let me quickly debug myself. So it's not so important that if it doesn't work for myself, if it works for all of you, then it's fine. Why can I not do anything?
Varbūt tu spēj vienkārši kreisajā pusē mazliet, jo iespējams kreisajā pusē.
Ah, I think I did the same thing.
Hello, IoT. Saņem kaut kā?
Oh yeah, I switched off debugging. That's why mine is. So
Un tagad vajadzētu
mistake happened often. If you click here on the debug node or on the little tab, then it turns off the debugging, which is helpful, but it happens sometimes when you don't intend to do it. So mine is stick 20. Yeah, my buttons work too. So, and now we use the inject node and send each other send ourselves a message, and then we start sending each other messages when we press the button. And then comes the temperature, and that's where it maybe starts getting a little bit more interesting for you. Yeah. So this is, we will put this thing on there, and then we can measure temperature on the device. So, no. So, I showed that already to them. If you send something to a stick with a topic console, you see that on the screen. So I will actually now say here a string that you guys all have that. I say hello from number 20. And I will make an output MQTT out. And I'm stick number 20. And here I have to say my server, and the topic is stick 20 slash console. And then if I put it in here and I trigger this, it should come out on my stick. Yeah. And I don't know if I need to show that somewhere on the camera. I'm not sure you guys can see that. Oh, you can? Yeah, and so if we change this, what are you guys? Or why don't you send me a message?
You just did it. You just have to input the topic, yes?
Yeah. why don't you put in 20? Send your message also to 20. You can make a second note and send a message to 20, so send me a message.
It is console, yeah? It is
Yeah.
MQT.
You can actually take your own output, say Control C, Control V, so you can just copy or in Apple it's probably Apple C and Apple C. So,
Could you please, yeah.
do you want to, what are you?
08.
08, okay, so 08.
So you are what? You are 20?
I'm 20, yeah. So I will now send you a message. You get one?
Yeah.
You can actually do even colors, but I show you later.
Okay, did you get?
Let's see.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello, yes.
That's for me.
So,
Pretty much we can put all the...
so I want you now to send a message to somebody else when you press the button.
When you press the button.
Yeah.
Okay, that is MQT in.
You need one more note for this.
But it is MQT in.
Yes. So you want to press the button, trigger sending a message. You actually need two notes for this. So there's a note that's called switch. Switch. So maybe check the, so you need a switch note. And this is annoying up here, this comment. So let's remove this comment. Please check whatever, so we can just delete it. And so we need a switch note. And we need to listen to the button. So you all have actually, when you listen, you see button pressed. So for me, it's this home button. The big button is the home button, and the one button under the display is the bottom button. Yeah. So you see a little bit. You see this topic here, and you see actually that mine has the temperature sensor connected. It also sends temperature values, but that comes later for you guys. So if you see here, the button is either home or bottom, and it sends released or pressed. So basically what we want to listen to, so we copy this input note and say here we listen on home. Yeah, so then we only get, so I will disconnect the debug here, so, and connect this in here. And then if we press, we will see I only get the one button. That's the only thing that now comes in there. So I can take this, and then I can take the switch node. And the switch node, it's like an if statement. I can say, hey, if the value is pressed, I want to have an output, and if it's not pressed, I don't want to have an output. So now, if I do that, I only get pressed out here. So if I would now wire that directly to my friend on stick 8, he would get pressed each time I press the button. Which is a bit boring, but do you get pressed?
So, wait, what did I?
Yeah, I do.
So of course we want to change the value now to actually send a real message. So
Yeah,
that's
but
why...
I send you the message as well.
Oh, hi from Carmon, yes. But you're sending with the button or with the inject node?
Not yet, not yet.
Oh, still, we want to...
Wait, so what do we have to change in the second input node?
So you have to just listen to home. You can always look at the topics here, and you just have to select one topic. Don't use the pound sign, select a...
What's your
My number is 20.
And then
Don't spam me too much.
Wait, what did we have to?
There's something coming in the chat room. Is somebody trying remotely?
How did you configure the switch?
I mean, you can read the manual, but you basically here it's an equal. So you just say if it equals pressed, then send something.
press, then payload, and what you have to...
I'm checking payload. This is what is sent.
Yeah,
And if it's a payload is pressed,
yeah.
then I forward. If it's something else, I don't forward. This way, only when I press the button, I send the message. And then when I release it, I don't send the message. I should get pressed. Oh no.
I'm pressing, yeah.
Some kind of I don't know, jazz up or so, or was up, because there's something on the display is a little bit. So I don't. The first letter I can't read. But
Should be pressed.
pressed, yeah. But I get something from you guys too.
Did you get
What's up?
something from me?
Probably.
09.
I only see 5 lines on the on the thing. Let me show you how you can send a real message, because you have to basically, instead of forwarding pressed, so if you debug this, you will see it's always pressed. So we want to change the value, and the node for changing the value, you wouldn't believe it, is called change. So if I put this one here in between, I can say here I send the payload hello from the front. And now if I send it to stick 8, it should work. So now if I press the button, you should get, see, I can now go to you. We should actually be able to do it directly. So let's see, it should be hello from the front.
Yes.
Yeah.
For me it's not working yet, but okay.
So play with this a little longer, like for say 10-15 minutes. I want everybody to get some.
Can I ask you advice?
Yeah.
So here is the 608 home. When I press the button, then it redirects here, and then it's
Oh, it's a small press. So here you it's definitely capital. Be smart.
so if I press, then you should.
Oh, you need to deploy. Yeah, we always forget.
It's sending to myself.
So you need to also wire it in mind. No, no, so you can have both. You can send to both. Yeah.
This is good. So now I need to add. What was the name?
When you, I will later do the dashboard where you can actually take the numbers and then get kind of graphs. That's where everything can you know, change it to something else. Change the payload, yeah. So anything that goes in there will then be changed.
Labi, to programmēšu. Nezinu ko, bet kaut ko darīšu. Nē, tikai sākam runāt.
You are number 20.
So, how is it working?
I mean, it's, I don't know, I think we did everything that we were supposed to do, but when we deploy, I don't know what's up.
You want to send first? You send yourself a message. So far you have only the, this is number.
So we have the
Oh.
IoT.
Good.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it's just very small. So,
Which one is your?
But
we're trying to like,
08.
replicate what you have.
yeah, so basically you press the button, it should send more. What are you trying in the switch?
I think he was trying to get send some rules.
Show me the content of your switch, because I cannot ignore that. So here you have to test press. When it's pressed,
Yeah.
there you go. So at the moment you're checking if nothing is coming there. So you want to say if this is pressed, yeah, because the button says press.
Yeah.
Press
You
down.
have to listen to.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
Done. And then here, and then you should set the message that you want to send. It's hello, okay, done.
okay.
You should get one, then deploy. And now if you press the button, there should automatically come more hellos.
Okay, good.
And now send this hello to them.
Right. Wait, but how, oh, okay, wait.
So you can just now copy your output
Each
node.
cluster in
But
one.
okay, so I can
Man,
connect
moon
to
diving.
this one, right, which is this one, and I have your, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it
So
should be
it's-
sending to your
It
device
should be
now.
sending to you.
Yeah, I got him.
Yeah, there you go.
That's
nice.
so easy.
Yes, so we're starting to build an IoT system here out of several devices.
Ulrich, I need your help.
I'm happy to answer.
Guy from car monitor button, okay, super.
So could they even
Now he's spamming me all the time.
can just. I know you can actually not severe the connection. You have to ask him.
Okay. Now this is the standard hello. The bug. This is my stick. Yeah. Okay. Fine. Now this is home. This is home button. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So then I'm using this switch
To test, yeah.
to test.
And then you want to use a change node to actually set a new payload, else you just send rest.
So what I have you change mode?
Mhm.
Yeah. I have to put the change mode.
You can just, yeah, you can either rewire or you can drop it in, then it kind of adds it.
Where can I drop it in?
On the line that you have.
Maybe I can drop it on
Yeah.
my line.
Mhm.
Okay.
And now there you can kind of set an actual message and rewrite that one. So say here. Mhm.
Just a second.
Where are you from?
Let's say.
Mm-hmm. Say done.
Done.
Are you studying
Deploy.
in
Deploy.
And now if you press, you should get
enjoying?
on.
Okay. So, but this is what I get, and then this is I also get the message that it is released.
No, that's why, because you listen and send it also to the bug. If you're not interested in the messages that come anymore, you can severe this connection or turn
This
off the,
one
yeah,
connection.
yeah.
How can I do it?
Delete it.
Just delete it, yeah. Delete,
Yeah.
and then
Deploy, and then you should not get the messages anymore from listening. Oh, you still get it. This is the thing you listen to. You just severed the connection to the inject node. So,
this one also should be deleted.
yeah.
Delete selection,
So,
and then this stick is disconnected.
exactly. Doesn't matter. Then it doesn't spam your debug. Or you can also have a second debug node and then selectively turn on.
So and then only when I will press,
Yeah.
then I will get nothing. Where is my chow chow?
Here. Coming here, or? Yeah. You only get it now directly to the device, but you don't get the debugging information.
Okay. And if I want to get it to the debug information, this chow chow, then I have to connect this one with this one.
Yeah. Or you can make another debug node and then have one switched on and one switched off. So sometimes it makes sense to have several
Okay,
debug nodes.
then I will put it back.
Mm-hmm.
Then it will
No,
be
you have
that
to deploy.
deploy. Then it will mean that when I press it,
You get also the debug information.
and I also get the information chow that it is released off.
Or you can also take the output of the, or instead you can take the output of the set payload one and put it into the debug.
Here,
Because
yeah.
for actually debugging, you probably want to know if this one is
And
working.
this one, I have it. I have to take.
Yeah.
It stays, yeah.
Yeah, this duplicates. That's also why you could add my stick. So if you make another thing out to my stick here, then you send it to you, to the debug, and to me.
Okay.
So if you want to try,
I will press it
no,
now.
deploy.
Deploy.
So now pressing that shit, I should get shot too. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, it's working. Surprisingly.
It's relatively robust. The most errors are user errors in this setup.
Of course, it's not error. It's feature.
Yeah.
As you said.
So, pretty good. I mean, maybe kind of small coffee if you have achieved it. And then we continue with the next step and do temperature.
Yeah.
And then you will start using everything here. I have RFID readers, I have scales, so then we can go into a real logistic scenario.
We can also take not only coffee, tea, but we can also have some sweets and something.
So shall we reconvene at 12 or so? Make a small break in between? Yeah.
Okay. Grown kids are playing.
Nice. I had some stupid mistakes for myself, but
we all are learning all the time.
yeah.
But it's interesting actually.
I think it's fun actually.
Maybe I can do in the evening something like that.
My hacker space in which I said, oh, if this class works out, you definitely have to teach it on Wednesday.
I'm trying to connect an API.
Oh, you can actually even make a Discord. You can do a if you but then you need an open. I usually use the open weather map, but you need a token, so you have to make a login. Lars. Yeah, maybe Lars, and you can work with Lars or so? Because you are alone at the moment, Lars, yeah? Yeah, so maybe because he had one person left and then you can a little bit share. Then you have two sticks now. You can send to each other. So I think we all can send messages around. This is perfect. So let me think what I show you next. So I have the scales and the NFC sensors here, but I think we should do the temperature first, and I should show you the dashboard so that when we get the temperature data that you actually see, yeah, that there's some data that shows us something. So let's first go to the temperature, and then when we get the temperature data, I will show you how to display it in a nice way on UI. So I have, oh, and that's actually on my slides. So here's a little bit of a manual, how you have to build this. So you see that this thing has ports, yeah? And we want to actually attach a temperature sensor to this. This is a Dallas or a DS18B20, and you get these also for very cheap as commercial industrial sensors that are wrapped. So nearly in all devices that measure normal temperature, these Dallas sensors are in. It's just I took these that are on the development board because I had them available. So else I would have given you some more complex one. But I wanted you to wire one thing. So it's not all about programming and wiring in a UI. Sometimes you have to put cables together and solder something eventually. So I wanted to give you a little bit the experience of wiring. So you have to now take one of these devices per stick, and you have to wire them in this way that I describe here. So these are basically, here you have ground, 5 volts, and one port. It's called G26. And on this shield, they are nearly called the same. They're called ground, 5 volts, and D2. So you have to wire ground to ground, 5 volts to 5 volt, and G26 to D2. You all need 3 cables of this and one of these devices from me, so why don't you come and pick some up? Yeah, three cables. Is it? Yeah, and one of the here. You can get that one. So should have 3 different colors. 3 different colors and one of these.
Yeah, perfect.
And 3 different colors and one of these. Look, are they even together? 3 different colors. You want to have 2? Okay, because you have 2 sticks. Good. Then you can make a complicated temperature. Oh, these are different colors. And one of these. So, and you want, oh, here, 3 different colors. 1, 2, 3. And one of these.
Maybe ask for help, for mechanical help, how to take this off.
You don't need to take it off.
How do I know which one is ground port?
Ah, okay, yeah.
Ah, okay, you are showing me an example. Okay, super. Then it makes sense.
Or here, take this as a reference.
You already took one.
Does everybody have one?
Good.
So here, yeah, ground to ground, 5 volts to 5 volts, and 26 to D2. And then I will check, and then nothing will work, and you have to figure out why not. Because one crucial thing is missing. Yeah, I will explain. So at first, you need to wire. Hey, guys, actually, let's do good practice. Man, of course you can wire things live, but it's nicer if you turn off the device first. So how do you turn off the device? You see, when you have the home button below, there's one button here on the right side, on the left side, which you haven't used. If you press this one for 8 seconds, the screen should turn off. So here, press this little button near the home button for 8 seconds, and then the screen turns off. And then you can also wire it incorrectly and nothing will happen.
coffee around, I started a door.
Not much.
So, you will not get the temperature value yet. You know what is missing? No. The software for the driver for the temperature sensor is not on this device yet. How do you think I can get it on there? What do I have to do to get you the driver onto your device? Just remote update. Yeah, it will show, but I will show you what's happening. In my class, you do it yourself. Today, I don't bother you totally with the program. I will just show you that it is possible.
Yeah, sure. It's going to be update over the air.
Yeah.
Now can we switch it on?
You can switch it on. It will not do much. I mean, let me check.
correctly
Let me
connected.
check. Yeah, there's the 5 volts line. And quick test. Seems like it's done well. You did the red line on 5 volts. Very good. You must have done electronics.
I can change the bulb.
How are you guys? Promising. Yeah, also 5 volt line on red. And so it's some good practice. Usually you should use a dark color for ground and the red lines for the one where you have currents. And nobody dies with these devices usually because 5 volt is not that.
Yeah, but if you have 225 volts, still it's good to say color match.
The funny thing is there, the color match is actually slightly different.
I know. It's brown or black.
And then it's different in Europe and in the United States, which is good. So,
Microphone access is denied. Microphone access is denied.
I don't know why I'm receiving all the time from car monitor buttons and messages.
so and nobody can hear me, yeah?
No, people can hear you.
Okay.
This is a different issue.
I mean, not that anybody is listening at the moment apart from you guys, but so let's kind of go quickly back here to my own stick, and you have seen that on mine the temperature is kind of working, but if we listen to one of yours, we will not see the temperature. So what is going on here? Did somebody destroy my flow?
No?
Okay. I have 2 windows open. So so let's kind of isolate this. So guys, when we're doing more projects, just one hint, so you can actually document stuff. So you can call your flow testing or something, and then you can make a new flow where you do something else. So if you have different processes, we can have several flows. If you we can actually name some of our nodes. Here was actually see if pressed. Then so a little bit documentation goes a long way to reading the flow. And here we say set new message, or override message. So then it just looks nicer. So just as a hint, there's also comments here. So we can also write something in here and say this looks all very pretty. But of course you should write better documentation than more info. Something like that, yeah. So this way we can make it a little bit nicer. But so I wanted to actually show you that my stick already does temperature. So actually I happen to know that there's a topic called temp. And so, oh, that was wrong. I want to copy this here and then connect the debug node and only show me the temperature. So, and see, you see it's 24 degrees. It's kind of plus minus 1 degree centigrade, so these are not super precise. You might have to calibrate them if you really roll them out. So if I will touch it now, you will see that the temperature slowly goes up. 37, 28, so it's actually live. If you add temp for you, you will not see it. So what is missing, do you think? What is different between my device and your devices? Hmm? Yeah, so we have to somehow tell your device to use this. So now I will show you. So IoT Empower is integration. So I just use Node-RED for integration. And there's other software too for integration if you want it smaller. But IoT Empower is also device management. So let's look at the code, what we actually have here. So let me make a big window to show you where the code is. So an IoT system in IoT Empower is in a folder. And so we have here this system master class Riga. So here's everything I prepared for you guys. In my class, you would actually start preparing these folders yourself. So if you have more time, we could actually show you what it is. And the device philosophy in IoT Empower is one device, one line. Yeah, so I don't know if you have programmed Arduino. If you want to control something in Arduino, what's the minimum amount of lines of code you think you put in? 10 to 50, yeah? So depending on how complex it is, yeah? So my idea is one. Have you ever programmed something network in Arduino? So kind of talking to MQTT. So it's, so usually if you want to have MQTT communication, you will have 500 lines of code. Just to make sure that nothing goes wrong and that the multitasking and so on work. So for each device, usually you would have to program 500 lines of code. My idea was, can we do it in one? So we have here the sticks, and now I show you what the code of each of these sticks is. Here is the code, what this stick is. So it has an LED. We haven't even played with this, so you can turn on and off an LED that is in there. And this LED is called LED. So it's an output, and it's called LED. And here it's on the onboard LED, and it's an inverted LED, and it's switched off. So this is called fluent style. It's a programming pattern. So basically I can add all the different features to a device with chaining them in the programming. So you see the two buttons you have placed with the buttons. The names is here. It's the home button and the bottom button. So we could rename it here. And then we have the M5 stick C display, which is console, called console. So that's how you program an IoT Empower. Now, so you want to know what you can all program in IoT Empower. So you go to IoT Empower on the network, and then you look into documentation, and here in Node Help, and then we can, for example, see, yeah, how do displays work. And then here's documentation, how you specify a display in IoT Empower. Or when there is, I don't know why this guy is probably doing too much now on there. Then we have the temperature thing here. No, this is the dollar sensor, as I said, or DS, where is it? Oh, it's actually, I think, under temperature. So let's find temperature. Yeah, see, there's some sensors that's called DHT, or here the DS18B20. So basically we need this line here to add to it to talk to the temperature. And so it has a name and the pin. So that's all we need to know. We use pin 26. So this way we know we just have to add this device with 26. I have prepared that already for you. It's like a cookie show. Yeah, and it's actually, you see, I just commented it out here. So we just have to comment it in. So when I go to all the sticks and comment it in, and then I will send you all the update over the air. So the first time you ever program one of these devices, you have to connect it to the computer, but after it's connected, IoT Empower can manage them remotely as long as they are on the network. So I will go now to all the sticks, because I don't know exactly which ones you have, and we'll enable. You see there's also an IMU, so if you are interested later in today, you can actually shake this device and you can measure that it has movement. So you can turn it around so it measures with a gyroscope how it is moved. It could be interesting for predictive maintenance to see if there's a lot of rattling going on. I think I even have a microphone in there. Also nice to actually see if something is happening with the machinery around it. So yeah, this device can probably do very few functions of what you need.
Inside the device already.
Yeah, and a microphone too. So that's actually also nice for processing. So I have two sticks. So I will give all the sticks the temperature sensor. I didn't enable the device for the gyroscope because it sends so much data, and then I would need to explain you how we do filtering on the device to reduce the amount of network data. But I've done a class once with all these devices, and there was so much network data just with people moving the device around that I decided for this class we will only enable it if you can prove in your project that you wanted it. So let's enable that. Of course, that is a little tedious. I think here in 20 it should be enabled already. I see that's the one that I use. And 21, it's disabled, and 22 is also disabled. And so the cool thing is now, if I use IoT Empower, so I'm in my IoT environment, I can either do a single device, or if I now am in this directory, I just say deploy, and it will send to all our sticks the update. So it's now sent. No, it just reboots after a while. So I'm now doing stick 1. So now it's sending stick 1, or not. Maybe stick 1 is not online. Okay. So then we'll take a second. I get a log later what was successful and what wasn't. Where's stick 1? Where's stick 1? Nobody has stick 1. Let's see.
This one maybe is still charging.
Now this one was switched off. Ah. Yeah, it might have been this. No, this is stick 4. But stick 1 was just turned on, and now I'm sending it. So now stick 20, this is my own, which has the software already. Yeah, yeah. So you see it's blinking when it's receiving that. And my cable came out, and of course I should turn it off first, but. So what is the next one? And yes, it could be done in parallel potentially too, but that's a feature I have not implemented yet.
The Teslas are updating usually. The Teslas are usually updating in parallel.
Yeah.
I have been once in their service area when they are updating all and flashing with the lights. Oh,
So-
mobile is updating.
Yeah. Yeah, and then you should start being, so as soon as it now reboots, it has a little slow booting. Yes, now it's rebooting. And then, and now you should be able to get the temperature.
Now it's reboot. Okay, now it's reboot.
Yeah.
Right, so what did we have to do? We had to like,
You just have to wait until my update arrives at you.
right, but I didn't have to like change anything specifically notes from the, the previous.
Like how do you get the temperature to actually show up?
Or you have to listen to temp. So you listen to bottom, like to home. Instead of home, you have to listen to temp now. Yeah. So just make a copy and listen to temp. And yeah,
So wait, I make a copy.
make a copy of the home one, of the button thing that you were listening to.
So okay, of my
Yeah.
and so how do I change it to listen to time?
Yeah, you have you listen to the bottom already, so you just need a. update? Not yet. Oh yeah, then touch it and see if it gets warm. Or is it this one or the other one? Yeah, let's say 26, 27.
Theoretically, I can also connect each sending the data also on this device.
Yeah, you can send the temperature from the one device to the other if you want to.
Yeah, then I have to connect
The temperature to the message on the other one. Yeah. But you can also try to send each other. Oh, use the last. Which one? Huh? Oh, it should come soon. Yeah.
So we have temp here, right? And then it goes into this.
No.
Put
Put it on debug first.
On the debug. So it's gonna just dump the temperature. So
and then maybe send it as a message to your screen.
To debug?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's done then. And what next?
Maybe disconnect that, else the debug might be a bit full.
Okay.
So now deploy.
Right.
And then maybe clean out the debug. Which one is your stick number?
02.
And did it get the update in particular?
Well, like, do you have like
Oh, yeah, well, that's actually okay.
What?
It's actually easier.
Да, shiten. Shitas.
check the temp now.
Staying 0 to 10.
Yeah, the temp, right?
Shitas is sent message.
So I have wired.
Looks good. The ground goes to ground. And yeah, it's wired correctly. I'm not sure if you got the update because you have still some messages here, but that could be from the new one.
That's, yeah.
Are you waiting for Wi-Fi?
No, I'm not sure what these guys are doing. They're a little bit asynchronous to what I'm doing here in the classroom. Can you show my? Do I need to reconnect or what's going on?
Now we need to reconnect. Technical difficulties. Please wait.
Uri,
Yeah.
while there is technical difficulties, can you help us with...
No, I want to help this guys with the stick too. But I don't see any. Let me see in the log if something failed. No, I don't see. I don't see any bad thing. I actually didn't flash the second tag reader. That's kind of funny. Okay, well, we can do that later. So let me go back to stick number 2, yeah? So I will give you your special update now.
Da, das ist Bier. Das ist Pale.
Let's see, maybe it's the same issue as with these guys. So definitely getting an update now.
Change. Not the switch, it is change. Or rage. Full function, name rage.
How many like defective sensors do you get? Is that facility?
And this is very kind of robust. I mean, what can be is...
wait, it's now putting it.
Yeah, good. So if you touch it now, it should be warmer.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
I'm sorry. Yeah. So try to show it on your screen. I think I need to help them first and then you.
No problem. Ah, you can help them.
Okay.
Something went wrong.
And it did work well. I think you, so like if you were PC charging Seems like we are nearing the 2 hours or so where the sticks stop working, so you might have to charge some of them. So plug your sticks in when you can. Yeah. Now, the problem is I have everything in my backpack, but I never know where.
That's normal.
Ah, yeah. So that's
Well,
please give this back to me. That's VR glasses.
I don't think that it will drain your battery.
It will not for sure.
Yeah.
This one should work.
Then it should start coming. Yeah.
But now the
Kicsit
picture.
szodán kell donálni.
But it's really nasty.
This is from the other one.
Tu vari novilkt vienkārši to nodos.
Yeah.
Jo vidiski tu vari mēģināt kaut kā viņu pačot tā, lai viņš šobrīd viņš kaut kā pēc viņš nosīs, viņš vadīs enerģiju.
Jā, bet stigo pilam to līpo, viņš joprojām
Tas gan uzbūrko, ne?
Yeah.
should be connected.
Tu varētu kaut kā mēģināt ar kaut kādiem citām nodēm, tos kaut kā timer,
Yeah. When you can try again to just use the pound sign instead. Get all the data.
temperatūru pārsniedz kaut kādu.
No. 0.8 and then everything from 0.8 and instead of temp the pound sign. 0.8 slash. Well, then you should get at least a button.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tu viens pats prezentēsi.
Jā, man ir tā kā,
I also show you you have the logic that it sends and things.
bet tā mēs uztaisījām.
It's like you would not say it again, but flash them. I do it once more, just for good measure. Which should not happen, but you know, turning off and on again like this. You are number 8, yeah?
Es teiktu, viņam arī baigi daudz var redzēt. Viņš pats par sevi tomēr nav precīzs.
And you even powered it off. But do we have more? So
Tu nav ilgtermiņā, tā kā, nu, viņam visāk jālozās uzmēģināšanā, kā pagaies vērtēšanas.
it can actually
Tā kā, piemēram, es teiktu, mēs pamēģinām.
some of them have a
Bija arī lasījām arī noticis pētījums, kur viņi tā kā testoja viņus kaut kādu laika posmu. Kā līdzīgi, kā mums ir kā mazliet, pateic jau te ir tāds, kā iepriekš bija tā, ka
and then of course it could also be the one of the cables.
šis nav kā mums pilnībā. Iepriekš bija
So
tā.
if this doesn't work, I give you new
Cables
cables.
freedom, tā ir tāda, ka nav taču tā te otrā tā galvenā tikai viena tāds plāksnes.
No, you
Tādā veidā šo.
should just work.
Tā galvenā ideja tāda, ka pievienot laimēm to plāksni, ka tajā brīdī, kad tā kā būs vešs, kā daudz vairāk, lai esam lielāk amplitūdi jau, kā vairāk jau uzsver. Un viņš ražo apmēram, ka ir kā līdz 3 reizes vairāk amplitūdas, tādā veidā iegūst.
But I can
Bet mēs lasām pētījumu, ka šis sekundīs. Jā, viņš varēja noturēt.
I can see.
10
Oh, try different cables.
Nu, kā 10 gadus pirms ko tu domāji sākāt.
Tas ir daudz labāk nekā vējš.
Jā, tas ir daudz labāk, bet lieta tāda, mēs nezinām, cik ilgi tā kā tas, cik labi tas saglabājās, kad ir pievienot otru.
Jā.
Jo tā kā tur būs to.
Okay. So have you managed to send the temperature to yourself to see that the temperature comes out? Okay, now we want to see the temperature in the graph, yeah?
Can we see the temperature also of this device? We are
As text.
seeing it as
Well,
the,
we could, so there's no UI library yet, so you would need to have some kind of characters. In principle, yes, but you need a different
You
library
might
for
send like a
displaying.
variable, there's a variable into like text, convert the temperature into like that's the text we did, like hello, hello and temperature. Then.
Yeah, I thought that. Yeah. This
Oh no,
is
we just did the bug thing.
Oh no. So now just send. You can just wire it to your display. Yeah, but you did that, yeah, or not?
Not yet, that was my question.
No.
So
Do that first.
Doing the debug thing.
Let's first send yourself the temperature, and this is just wiring the output of the temperature to the display. It's really easy. Okay, let's do that first. You want to do text, and then in the next step, you want to do graphical. You can do that already, yeah?
Yeah.
Good. Yeah. If you want, you can already install the dashboard. Or actually, if your temperature doesn't work, you can ask these guys to send the temperature to you. Or you can just listen to their temperature. I mean, it can. So it has debug resistance. You afford it. I actually don't think that I will see anything. Or maybe it starts working when it's here in front. Usually it happens like this.
In the wires. So
Nē, es tagad domāju, tagad ja viņš sūta iekšā uz debatas šitos te rādītājus.
Jautājums
Kā es varu dabūt uz šito?
Ja viņš var testēt.
Ja es nolieku vēl vienu,
Ah, I'm pressing the wrong button for turning it off.
pagaidi, es te paņemu te.
Tagad viņš šis switch vēl nav. Switch ir uz vietas, šitas ir jāizņem ārā. Viņš mainīja to switch, to tekstu pret kaut ko rakstīja pats. Un tad no šejienes viņš ir jāsūta uz stikus uz tevi.
Šito mēs vispār
You know what I believe? I might have not enabled the device on stick 8. Let's check the code. Ah, look at it. You have still a comment in there.
Yeah, so that's why it wasn't working. He said the device himself.
Okay, that explains. The temperature didn't work, but I forgot his stick to enable it. Let's see, maybe I forgot it there too. Usually the problem sits in front of the computer. So I will check 02. As you see. Ah, your temperature works.
It is my temperature sending maybe to you.
No. See, I'm listening now on the console to your temperature and it comes out. So 3, you think? I forgot? That could be. No, 3 is definitely... Should I send it again? So I actually did it. I mean, you have one working, so in some ways I think you should count it as a... Yeah. So try to send it. You managed. Install the Node-RED dashboard. So I will explain that, but you know where to find the...
Now I need to send it to the device itself.
Yes. Which is just one wire, so it's super trivial, actually. Does it work? Let me see. Your guys is sent. Yeah, you get no. Huh? You get it on console? Oh, that's weird. I must have done something weird here. Are you sending to your console? Sorry. Ah. But no, there's no temperature. This is from the other one, yeah? Oh, there's temperature, but why it's coming on the console? No, it's because you send it there. Good, so that's now gone. It seems like it might be a hardware problem.
Because it does show.
This one is probably working because for him we forgot the software. Works.
Man nesanāk. Viņš nesanāk. Man nē, mans nesanāk.
Yep.
Tev nevajag pat konsoli, tev vajag vienkārši no viņa pat aizsno uz viņu.
Stiku?
Hardware.
Yeah.
Hardware problem.
No stick of
So now you should get both.
Stiku?
Jā, rekomendāju.
Pagaidi.
So, are we all there?
No,
Can we go?
not yet.
Is this screen multi?
Oh, now it's
Huh?
Oh,
Is
it's...
this screen multi-core?
Well, viņam tikai pat
So if you look at-
saprot, viņam pat nevajag
No,
iet
no,
ne
no.
caur switchu, ne caur ko.
You need to look at the
Viņš tikai tupa sūta, saprot.
Nē,
on
bet viņš
IT
sūta
power.
Power no interesē, ne?
Viņš
You
no
go to
sākuma
IT
aizsūta
power.us.
rūteri un tad nāk uz šeit
Nu,
atpakaļ.
No, no,
Nu jā, bet viņš neies ne caur kādiem switchiem, ne caur ko. Un mēs pārāk gudri gribējām.
And then here into dock.
Jā, un arī izmaiņas tur ir.
Oh,
Jā, tas ir nospiedīšu pogu, skaties tur.
Maiņas šobrīd, maiņas
Redzēt,
šobrīd,
pogu
tas ir
ah, in Node.
Šitā pieliec un uzreiz gudrāks izsaka.
Line display.
Šito jau var iet rokai pa ielu
Jā.
pār visiem. Cipari mainās. Jā? Jā, viņš it kā no stika,
Go to the main page.
no stika uz konsoli taisno šito.
Down where the readme starts, the text starts.
Un viss.
So, blah, blah, blah. Look at examples. Down. Text is down. Oh, no. This is.
Interesanti.
I need to run. Ah, here. Basic this.
Nu, tagad trešdienās visas liekam šitos sūdzes.
Set up.
Lai attīstītu domāšanu.
No, it doesn't have to set it up.
Nu, jā, viņš jau rādīja visu. Tas kaut jau to pašam
I
jā.
have to get it out of my own.
Nav jau
brain.
problēma
Get
vadīt sasprāst un savilkt strīdus.
jā.
Jā,
Try to
saprot, ko
send
tur
a
ierakstīt
message,
viņam.
Uh,
Es pieļauju, ka tie kodus droši vien ir kaut kādā internetā jau gatavi.
just send for testing direct node.
Bibliotēkā.
Directly to your console. And in here, send a string. So let's try to send double ampersand. Two of them. And then FG for foreground. Blank. No. And write the red.
Blociņus. Kas tev vajadzēja?
Yeah. So you need to send this. And then
Siemens
the color
galīgi
should,
vienkārši
the color should be red. So if you send another message, it should be in red. No, you have to know.
Nu, jā, tev jāsaprot.
No, now you have to send a message.
Send a message.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on, but something not on.
Maybe I switch to black instead of red. Ah, maybe. Yeah.
Jā, vai
Send
paspēlēsimies, tik pasildīsim viņu.
send FF00.
Ir, viņam baigās
Without
mūlis.
it. Without
Labi, ko tu gribi pa eiro?
and send a value directly. Right
Seko, tu gribi pa
And there's also background, so with this way you can do color.
It's RGB, right? Full color.
It's actually only 65,000 colors, but it's computing it down. Yeah, I told them how to do color, but let's do UI. You managed to send temperature?
Yeah, now we're seeing the temperature everywhere.
So
then, if you send it to me now, it's going to be in color.
we are nearing the end of what I can show you, but we can then spend as much time as we want to do some experimentation afterwards. However, I will now show you the UI, then I will show you the little movie that I have to inspire you, and then we spend the time to move on. But I show you now one really cool thing in Node-RED, which is the plugins. And one of the plugin is a UI plugin. This will explain a little bit more, but you can look at other things too. So if you are on Node-RED and open this menu here, the burger menu, and go to Manage Palette, then you can go to Install, and you want to, for example, do Zigbee or so, you could search for Zigbee. If you want to do something with serial, you could search for serial, but we want to install the dashboard. So there are thousands of modules to connect to some kind of web services here. Or here, co-op. Yeah? So you mentioned co-op. There is a co-op API. So if you want to mix MQTT and co-op, you can just add it here as a plugin. So, but search for dashboard. So we want to install the Node-RED dashboard. Or actually Node-RED dashboard contrib. Let me see. Is it the right one? I might have renamed it. Node-RED. Let me quickly see. Is it the right one? 6 years? No, I think it's dashboard. It's kind of correct. So we have the dashboard. Take Node-RED dashboard. Ah, and I installed it. Do you guys have it installed? Does it show the dashboard as installed? Wait. Let me check. Yeah, I have it installed. So do you guys have these button, drop-down, switch, slider, and so on here on the left? Then you don't need to install it. Once upon a time that had to be installed manually. But in the new update it seems to be there. Hey guys, can we see what I... So look on the left with your nodes and scroll to the bottom. Can you just look at the at your screen, and if you scroll to the button, see if there is an entry dashboard. It's not. Then you have to install it. I can show it all of you. So go here, scroll down and see if that's the last. Okay, then you have to install it. Go to the temporary menu, and here go to Manage Palette. Install. Type in dashboard. Node-RED dashboard. Just say install it. Install. Okay, now you have lots of UI elements, and you can actually create something. So go down, and you should actually see all the dashboard elements. So you can now take a gauge or a graph, chart, yeah. You have to create a UI group, so I have to create a couple of things. So here, add a UI group. You can just do default, add another thing. Now you open your URL, everything until 1887.
Jo īstenībā man liekas, dārgais temperatūras sensors mājās par 150 eiro.
Nevis par 150, viņš varbūt ir bišķi precīzāk.
Precīzāk viņam ir CO2 arī.
Check the other things in the UI.
Jā.
nu tad tev vēl bija sāpīgāks process.
Now you should see a lot of things you're gonna do.
Jā,
Take a gauge or a chart.
Jā.
You take a date. You have to actually configure the value. Temperature will be from, I don't know, 10.
Baigā precīzā mērīšana jau mums nebūs. Rēķini kā gribi.
And then you need to add some Y elements.
Nē, nu var būt, ka jā. Jā, nē, nu, teorētiski tu ceru.
Now you wire your
Caur
temperature
visām
into the
temperatūrām
gauge.
cauri. Jā.
Yeah, you take the URL.
Bet, nu, jā, labāk pat. Nu jā, 150 bišķi padaudz.
Browser.
Šitas no eiro 50, nu tas jau ir, mēs paņem paspēlēt.
Jo, zin, nu, manējais, viņš jau priet internetā, viņam jau ir grafikas. Īstenībā te jau arī nav daudz necenzīgāk. Es jau redzēju, tur bija tā kā iespējas
Just remove everything out.
vienkārši vāc naudu, tur ir kaut kāda štāba.
Reku, te tur gan XML, reku dabūt. Visu, ja tu dabū jau XML, to все izdarīt.
Stundas savāc, kā HTML.
Nu, kā HTML arī.
And now if you touch it, this thing should...
Vienkārši tāds savu.
Yeah.
Nu, vispār nav saistīts.
You can also add a chart too now and yeah, play with
Tas
the
ir ļoti
UI.
affordables.
You can actually make a button also in the UI.
Redzēju.
And you just have to send
Nu,
messages.
viņam viens
So,
students viņš teica, ka viņš negribēja slēgt čakarus, principā, ka viņi uztaisīšu tā, ka tu var tak tikai sajūtas dabūt.
Jā, šitais ir vispār baigi forši. Bet tur arī, es tā kā redzu, ka, ja tu gribi šito, un tad viņam nopēc vēl ielas, nopēc šitādi, nopēc vēl to treadmills,
Jā, staigāt.
un vēl ir vadies tāds pilnēs. Un beigās es sekoju 20 000
Tad var justies tā kā tad, kā viņš sauc, šī komēdijā, tas Džonijs angliski, kurš izstaigā ar pus Londonu atbrauc atpakaļ. Bet nē, nu forši paspēlēties.
just wire the temperature into the chart.
Klausies, šitie jātais sestdienās veči klubi.
No,
Tikai, nu, kur veči iet paspēlēties ar rotaļlietiņām. Nu, kas brauc makšķerēt, kas iet vienkārši paspēlēt?
Jā, temperatūras lās.
Nu, jā, nu, ne tikai temperatūra, jau visu ko var izdomāt. Ratīt, raustīt, temperatūras
Vai arī
slēgt.
NFC skeneris ir kaut kas
And
viņam
then
ir.
replace this with temp.
Jā, šitas baigi labi.
Tā nav slikta doma, točni jātais veči klubs. Gan nevar tā saukt ar veči klubs, jo mēdī uzreiz mums harassment ierubīs un diskriminācija un vēl vispār.
No,
Nevar saukt veču, bet var saukt XY klubs.
Yeah, no, right? Take this
Pēc
out.
chromosomām.
Open it and you
Nē, nu, zin, jā, var saukt par veču, bet to uzrakstīt, ka tas ir gan, tas ir viss, jā. Okay, tāpēc, ka tas ir nosaukums.
Nē, nu jā.
Visām rasēm, dzimumiem un tā tālāk.
Bet pilnīgi neviens sievietes, visi veči. Un tomēr baigi runāja mēravas
And
projekts,
now if
baigi
you
sievietes
touch the
vai dievi,
temperature,
baigi lai tik viņām, nu reāli, tā viens.
Jā, tā.
I need to show. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to show.
Yeah.
But I don't know what, but you have to show.
And I can actually now show it on the screen, I guess. So, you have to go here into Manage Palette. So on this little hamburger menu here on the side, it's here, and then Manage Palette. And that's where you can install all the co-op and whatever plugins, but you have to search for dashboard. So type in dashboard. Yeah. And then you should have a little install button down there, while I have already installed it.
Wait a sec.
Yeah.
Evo, jums tur iet tas tieši raid, ko viņš rāda vai neiet? Tas ir tagad tas, ko viņš rāda uz ekrāna? This is what you are showing on the screen now?
No.
Is it not?
No.
Of course, in the live there is what you are showing, but we are not seeing it here. I think we can
Oh,
do it.
hey, I show it to you.
No, but we can put the HDMI cable
Yeah.
directly to
Yeah.
let's do it old fashioned.
Yeah, I agree.
I always like old, sorry?
Yeah.
I always like old fashioned approach. That is usually working. The direct wire connection.
I think we are age-wise closer to each other than the Discord guys. I'm with you there. Oh.
It was EU flags that will fall down, but it's okay. You don't need to worry about it.
We took the pictures while it was up, yeah? So.
I hope so.
But I'm visible in the Discord chat, yeah? So just not you guys can see me. I will do the workshop again in the hackerspace. I will try to record it, and then we can also
No, it is recorded.
share the recording.
Where it is HDMI connection. Somewhere here.
And yeah, we are basically nearly done here. So now I would just finish with a small movie and a discussion, and then we can spend as much time to continue with that as we want.
I don't know what I disconnected now. Who cares about it? No one cares about it.
I take a drink. You did we get the dashboard for you installed? No, not yet.
Kur ir pults televizoram?
Already gone. Too popular. You can get a glass of water.
This is what now? I don't know where I am now. Šitā tagad kas tagad ir tiešraidi vai viņa ekrāns? Ok, labi. Kā var pārslēgt tos HDMI kurā vietā?
I needed to probably tell it to do screen mirroring because it wasn't plugged in.
No, what is this? It's too smart.
You saw it for a second there, didn't you?
Yeah.
Let me turn on screen sharing.
Now this is what? This is...
Here.
Source.
Yeah.
Which source shall we take? This one is correct source. No?
Scanning for devices? No.
Thank you. I'll leave this. I'll go to the working.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Didn't get the chance to show the video.
What?
I have a 2-minute inspirational video on IoT and power. I would have liked to, but maybe I'll show it to you in your next break.
Yeah. These are the
Which PC?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
This.
Thanks for bringing it back. PC? Could be PC.
Do we have PC here? Can it be yours?
That would be weird.
Have you
Well,
made
let me
connected?
switch again.
Theoretically it should be yours. But wait.
No. Let me unplug. Okay.
Now that is, yeah, this is correct one. Vāc ir īstais, jā. He's not getting a signal.
Might be computer is not sending signal. Extend to the right. Usually works.
No, the cable is good. I know it. No,
Unknown
it
was
does not get the signal. This is now...
Yeah, so
From,
the non-working streaming.
Now the stream is working? Okay, the stream is working.
The stream is working.
The stream is all the time working.
Okay.
We are not seeing how it is working.
Okay, so I do the dashboard for you, then I show the movie, and then we can kind of round up.
Yeah.
So, manage palette, search for dashboard. No, here you click on that, and here's Manage Palette. The menu in the right upper right corner.
Which one? Flows? No.
Manage Palette.
Ah, Manage Palette. Okay. Yeah.
And then Install.
Yeah.
And search for Dashboard. And then I have installed here, you should have a button Install.
Node Red Dashboard?
Yeah, Node Red Dashboard.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Say Install.
Yep.
And then it should should give you a list of nodes that it installs.
Yeah.
So then you close. And then you should, if you roll down here on the left, you should have a lot of entries in Dashboard down here. Do you have?
Yeah.
So then take a chart.
Chart. Where is the chart? I am.
Mm-hmm. Take a chart. It is red here, so you need to configure it. So we can use all the defaults. So you need the dashboard group and the layout group. So we just say plus, and we say plus again, and then we say add, and add again, and done. Then this should be done, and then you take your temperature and wire it into the chart, and say deploy.
Wait a second. Now, there is a group. Add new dashboard group. Yeah?
Just say add, add,
Add.
add again,
Add again.
add,
Add.
and add again.
Okay, it's very complicated to
Done.
understand this.
Yeah. Now it's if you want to do elaborate UI groups, you can do it there. But
And then
then take your temperature and put it in there.
and put it from the console.
No, from the temperature.
No, from the temperature sensor, and then deploy.
And then you take the same URL you have there,
Yeah.
put it into a new tab, and replace the rest after the first slash with UI.
UI.
Mm-hmm.
UI.
Done.
UI.
Mm-hmm.
That and enter.
Mm-hmm. There it is. And now if you do your temperature,
Oh Jesus, it's working.
yeah.
Surprising.
Oh, I don't know what this is.
Oh, something back down.
Your computer has a lot of
No.
power.
No, much.
Your screen is black.
I know. Believe me, I can see. And I don't understand why.
I touched your computer.
That was the problem.
That's why the live stream doesn't work as well, yeah?
That's scary.
Okay. Everybody has the dashboard there. So let's take a second to be inspired. And then we talk about some potential things that you could do. I still have more to show, but I will make this optional. So we can work with the scales, we can work with the NFC tags. But I think I'll round up the official part of the masterclass here. So we can now switch back to the presentation mode if you guys want to. And basically, basically we'll watch my inspirational video. I want you to think if this connects or what points connect to your own project there. Then we will discuss this together and finish the class. So, 2 minutes, pay attention. If there are some things that happen in there, what I will show you, that inspire you to do something for you. I know for you I have 1 point in the video. Yeah, for you I have 1 point in there.
I'll open the presentation.
No, open the video.
The video, the video.
Play the video.
I will play the video.
Did you know you have the power to tackle the environmental crisis as well as support and inspire your local community hands-on, with ease and without breaking the bank? Join us and engage in teaching the IoT Empower way. You will discover and explore a ready-made IoT teaching framework with curated software and a list of affordable hardware lots of videos and documentation, as well as easy to set up connectivity solutions. Experience true challenge-based education, an open concept classroom, and innovative evaluation techniques based on portfolios, contract-based assessment, risk-taking, and ungrading. Develop yourself in an interdisciplinary exchange with plenty of guest speakers. Discovering your own story and challenge will be a fun pass. Come, create solutions for real-world challenges like many previous students before. Be inspired by their projects like building a smart planter for growing your own healthy food inside student dorms, supporting scientists collecting forest data in an affordable mobile way, using home automation for improving quality of life in nursing homes, helping your own business grow by implementing a smart truck weighing station, and bringing the artists closer to the audience by creating a gesture-based music mixing station. You have the power to build all of this and more. Teaching the IoT Empower Way allows us to empower students, instructors, and industry professionals. We are a growing and evolving community, passionate about teaching and creativity. Join our community and share your challenges, ideas, and stories.
Universities. We didn't make it under the first three with this movie, but it's still a nice calling card.
I remember when
a nice calling card, I think, what you experienced. Was there any touch points apart from a truck weighing station?
Sure it wasn't. Sometimes we are actually getting inquiries about this kind of solutions, yes.
Yeah. Anything else? So did you get inspired? What can you use in one of your projects or so?
Well, actually, my project is very closely tied to IoT devices and actually very close to powering them.
Uh-huh.
Well, if you stay for the presentations, you'll see.
Okay. Yeah, cool. Do you think in your guys' project you can use something? Maybe the dashboards?
For you can use temperature control.
Oh yeah, for the delivery, you could build a little thing with, yeah.
In the box?
Yeah, it could be in the box.
And when you are driving for 4 hours, you can monitor all the time.
Yeah.
What is the temperature in your box?
Yeah. And then have some dashboards where you see for all the transport if the temperature was never interrupted. I mean, maybe with a little bit more battery, and this device can sleep. I think for like 5-6 hours, you can totally monitor the whole time with the value every minute, and then let it sleep. Then I think even this built-in battery will be fine. Anything else? What about Tromsø? Can you use this?
So I don't really do IoT research, but maybe some of my colleagues that are doing environmental monitoring.
Maybe from the teaching pedagogy, can we teach this way and in Tromsø? So because my main intention with this class is to teach and kind of give people an introduction to IoT devices hands-on. Yeah. So can we see the last slide? Because I wanted to shout out, I don't know if anybody online or so hears it, or maybe that could be a base even just for future discussions between us. So, I mean, actually today worked quite okay. So I think most of the things that went wrong were just normal connectivity issues and one broken hardware board. But there are other issues that I hid from you today. So if you go to the website, you will see that actually on the issue tracker, there are a lot of wrong things. And basically, I would like to shout out that I would like to do more projects with IoT Empower and get feedback and or maybe even involve other people, other players to fix some things and then build a community that enables also other people to work on it. So if this resonates with you, if you want to try it out and also go a little deeper in the programming, I'm very happy to support you. Maybe it fits to a project, and then we can go deeper and try also other devices. So there's much more support of the different devices in IoT Empower directly. Node-RED or even the other integration framework IoT-NIT can be used to implement a lot of display monitoring, reaction around a couple of sensors. So maybe that was inspiring. I have a request from one of my stakeholders to develop the system to a point that it can be deployed in emerging economies, so economies that are just coming up, where there's not millions of dollars to install light switches in a house, but only a couple of dollars. So again, commercial buildings, one light switch here in Europe costs about 500 euros in a smart environment, while we can, with IoT Empower, do it for 10. Well, I don't have all the certifications, but you can weigh that depending on where you deploy it. But we have one stakeholder who wants to develop an easily to deploy power sensor for apartments. So there's an electric company that is interested in making it very easy for unskilled laborers to take one of the devices, install it in a power box which monitors 16 apartments, so you can have the power usage of these 16 apartments. But this is not a system, that is a single device, so we need something to very simply configure the Wi-Fi setup, which I did for you in advance. We didn't even deal with this today. So it's still like a line of code here. Would be nice to develop something that is more like an Android app, where you can connect to the device and just put in the password, or just scan a password from a device, and then it is connected. So that is an open task. I think there could be even some financing for it, so I have a little bit of funding. So if somebody is interested in that, we can go there, or even join forces to bring that project further. And as this device is single and in the internet, at the moment I'm using cleartext MQTT, so that is quite insecure. We need to just update the existing MQTT implementation to secured MQTT implementation. So that's basically changing out the library. So not much work, but of course it has some ripple effects. So these are the two most important issues: easy configuration and secure communication. And then I would be able to deliver on that project. Could be even a hackathon project, I don't know, but so if you're interested, let me know. It's kind of sad that Alex is not there, because I think I told him yesterday about it, and he said, oh, maybe we can do something together in that regard.
I think he will be today later, so you can speak with him.
Yeah, so maybe I'll do it with Alex, but let's see. So that's basically it. If you want, we can let this set up for another hour or two, and if you have specific questions, you can play with the other devices. I can make the scale and stuff accessible to you, but I think I have strained you enough, so definitely we should have a longer break. And if you don't mind, I will leave it up for an hour, because I think we still have this room for an hour.
We have.
And
till 5 o'clock.
Yeah. Then feel free to be inspired and see if we can go a little deeper. I can talk about Node-RED, about how far that's scaled, but I can also talk hardware if you want, and we can talk about sensors and building something. So with you guys, I'm happy to discuss a box if you want to. Good. That's, I think, all I can do in a structured way, even if it was a little, but I hope you kind of enjoyed this more hands-on approach, and I enjoyed working with you. So I hope I gave you some ideas for the future, either for teaching or for your projects, and stay in touch. Be empowered.
It was really interesting. 2 hours or more, 3 hours,
Yeah.
on us having 3 hours as 1 hour.
I just think, so some people got tired, but I think most of you kind of lasted pretty well.
It was real fun.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you very much. do some touristing.
Yeah, sure. So sorry for keeping but thank you for staying.
I put my stuff there.
And yeah, please give the stuff back to me if you don't.
Like chat und Bergshit ist kaputt.
Test works.
Hello. Hello. Testing, testing.
And test. Pum 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 pum. Tu gribēji novietot mikrofonu? You can just turn off the mic. Ar šito podziņu, zini, kā katrai iekaitā ir sava poga, viena ir ieslēgta no... Pum 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 pum. Pum 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 pum. Mr. Sandman, bring me a dream. Make her the cutest that I ever seen. Bring her to lips like... What the... Oh. Ko tu tur maini? Nu, netaisi. O, 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 o. Ko tu tur... Tu vari stāstīt, kam mēs šo darām pašlaik? Bruh. O, vairs nav. O, tagad ir atkal. Wow. Tu kaut kas... O, kad dīdžejo šeit, kā fināla ceremonija, uztaisīsim reivu. Test, test. Testī, testī. Nu, paldies par uzmanību.
Rainer, it works.
No, it's okay. It's comfortable, right? Just for not falling. Tamam, deneyelim mi? Değiştiriyormuş gibi. Şimdi ilk başta ne demem gerekiyor? Hi everyone, I am Hilal. So I'm gonna ask.
Our project name is Cleanup. So
Yes.
let's
First row, please, for jury.
Okay, I will take my bag.
Ko atsūtījāt, to arī rādīs. Tā, but we will still need some few minutes to upload the presentations, but at least we have received them all. Jā, saņemšanas kārtībā būs. Pagaidi, Erika, es tev iedošu uz Google Drive un uzmetīšu. Tāpēc, kad ir viena otra 100 megabaitīgās atsūtīts. Vienkārši tur mums bišķi, bet tas ir...
One of these external things. It's really nice to have on the road for a long time if I can set up
You can take the thing.
But can we sit?
You can take. No, you can sit here. We need only one first. You can sit easily. Of course.
But I also have, for my project, I often need two code views. So because I have, my project will have an internal project which supports all the devices and I have specific devices. So the general view takes up. It's just a kind of different view on it, but in one you can kind of debug the structure and then the other one device level. No, of course when I have roles I can different desktops.
So for now until it's not started, I can sit here. But
And we were doing the same job. It was kind of bleeding the same thing. And some of my teammates, they were asking for like full screen monitors, which I was accepting, but then it was from time to time making jokes out of it because I was punished.
And there was nothing on one screen.
I mean, when you do like active coding, obviously what you explain like when something
Tā, ko mēs darām? Mums viena ienāca pēc laika. Ņemam? Nē, nu? Nē, nu, labi, okei. Es zinu, bet nu mani jāprasa tā žūrijas loceklis. Vai tu piekrīt, vai tu nepiekrīt. Es arī vienmēr saku, jā, nu, loģiski ņem. Vai cilvēks cenu. Bet, nu, formāli jāprasa. Ja kāds žūrijas loceklis iebilst, tad tas arī, nu, ir vienkārši tā, kā ir. Tā, pagaid, kuras tagad būtu kvalitāte. Tā, šitas ir tagad šitas.
Oh, and then I have like
Šitā.
yeah, then it's very terminal driven when I
Open free PDFs. Jā, power. Nē.
could use the screen.
Vajag.
again, it's not bad, but it's depending on preferences.
And at home, in the workplace, in work, I have two big screens in my laptop screen. And at home, I have a laptop screen and a voice. So I like the really ultra wide screens.
But do you have like horizontal or vertical? You know, the square like this or?
Both. I have in work, I always have three screens. So I have my main coding or working or writing in the middle screen.
Es tev uz Gmail pieliku klāt, redzēji?
And then, yeah.
Uz Gmail es tev aizsūtīju. Uz tavu Gmail linku.
On the left.
Bet man vēl nav viss uzlādējušās, vēl tikai 4.
One more dashboards and one more here, some kind of YouTube video of this fireplace.
don't want to judge it before I haven't really tried it.
I'm ready to wait for 5 more years and it will be like glasses, like normal glasses, but not a whole helmet that you keep on your head.
I don't have them with me today, but I have the VR glasses.
Yeah, something similar. But still it's, let's say, far.
And I like it for traveling, so it gives you an extra display, but actually I think the best use of it is watching a video or playing a game.
Yeah.
Because it kind of, the nice thing is with the VR glasses, you can take a zoom your head back and it's always here.
But when you use it for a long time, what about eyes? Was it like hurt or?
You want to put on as well. Which I can put on it, but no. That's why videos are also better because if you watch videos of that game, it's not visible.
Da, visas ir.
I can focus pretty good on this. In fact, the sides kind of perceive it really on that higher scale.
Tā, prezentēšanai būtu tādā secībā, kā numuri.
But I have been in virtual reality on the quest,
prezentācija.
and even work as desktop
Viens
and
spēja PowerPoint un divi PDF.
Is it also in the aspect of Internet of Things, this VR, or something different?
No, I'm doing more as a my other topic. Teaching virtual reality.
No, I mean the whole VR thing, is it under the scope of Internet of Things or something different? If you want to hashtag it.
If I want to put it together, I call it
Sāksim
my
lēnām
digital
runāt.
twin research. That merges Internet of Things and virtual reality. So if you ask me how can I define these two different areas as one, and I have a really nice work from a student where we have the whole university building in VR, and we can see different live information from the building and different maps you can see.
Varam laist tiešraidi? Ir jau tiešraidi? Visu dzird, ko mēs te runājam? Šaubas. Labi, ka mēs runājam labi. Nu labi, sāksim mēģināt runāt. So, good evening. Can you hear me? I hope you can hear me. Oh, hello all. Nice to meet you. So, 36 hours, yeah, have passed. So, what we have achieved in these 36 hours? So, pretty much we have 10 groups formed. Not so bad. I would like to say rather good result. Some of the groups was on-site, some of the groups was online. I'm really happy to see also our neighbors from Lithuania to be here represented and also online. So we have received 7 project presentations, so 70%, also not a bad success rate. I would like to say a very good success rate. And today there will be 3 jury members. One you saw yesterday, it was Manuel, who was presenting this, how to present and prepare for the pitch. Something is working or not working. It was Manuel. Actually, he will not be presented. He had to return back, but he is online. He is now following on Discord. Then the second jury member, it will be me. We are the STARRISE project partners. And thank you all who were walking around and asking the questions. I really appreciate. And this was, let's say, the objective of this meeting, that you don't know who are the jury members. You have to interact with all. You have to go and present your product and show to all so that everyone knows what you are doing around. And we have the third jury member, Julia. I will give some words to her so that she can say something, and then maybe I will say some game rules for presentations.
Hello, everybody. I'll start by introducing myself. Probably I'm the jury member nobody has seen for the last 2 days, and here I am. At this point, I have over 5 years of experience. I won't take too much time introducing all of my achievements, probably. But overall, I'd say that at this point, I have a team of 7 developers working on automation. I worked for multiple corporates in IT, in banking and insurance as a developer, as a team lead, also as a tech lead already as well. Kind of a manager, but a little one. I participated in hackathons as well earlier, back in my probably beginning of my career as a participant. then as a jury member, and then as a mentor, what I would say, it must have been fun for you all the last few hours, the last few days preparing the project. I'm very happy to be here and to see what you've done and what you've achieved and what you're going to present today. Pretty excited. So thank you. And let's start with the presentation. So I'll give the word back.
Some words. Yeah, the presentation, I will just repeat. For the presentations, you will have 5 minutes. You go in front, we have a stopwatch. When you are ready, you say you are ready and start presentation. And then we switch on the stopwatch. This is one thing. The second thing is then there will be 2 to 3 minutes for the questions. First of all, the questions will be asked by the jury members. And if we have still some time, then all the others can ask the question. This is the second thing. Then the third thing, after we will hear all the presentations, the jury members will go individually for the discussion. And then we will go through your presentations, through the points, what you have scored. And with individual discussions, we will select the first, and second, and third place. The next thing is maybe some, let's say, some challenges what we identified within your teams. The first thing is, my dear participants, start reading emails. In emails, it is written the game rules, what you have to do, what you have to take with you, what is the time schedules, everything. I know that you all are very busy, but still, when you are preparing for the event, read the emails. This is one thing. The second thing is listen to each other, what you are speaking in the team, how you are interacting. At this moment, why I said that facilitator is not a part of the team, not to make a pressure on you. These 6 positions that I showed on the beginning, you have to be on the equal level. You don't need to be the boss over other one. You have to work as a team. This is what I saw in these 2 days. The third thing, when you are sending the presentations, don't ever send zip files with some fonts added. You have to use these fonts. I don't care what fonts you are using. Use standard fonts, Arial, Times New Roman, or whatever, especially when you are sending the presentation. Of course, the second is when you send your presentation, check what is inside the presentation so that you don't miss some images or whatever. Just check it. The next thing is, I really appreciate that you are putting a lot of images. I like images. But if we received PowerPoint presentations that is more than 100 megabytes, it's a rather heavy file what we are receiving. And pretty much, if I have the same laptop or, let's say, notebook or stationary computer as yesterday was presented, this old type, this computer will just die. So, and I will, I even cannot read it. Of course, if you are going for some presentations and preparing for large events and you can rely on your techniques, or you know surely that there will be technical support that can it manage, then use even 1 gigabit presentations. But when you don't know, try to use smaller. That is my suggestion. If you are not sure about the PowerPoint presentation or PDF presentation, then go for the PDF. Go for the most simplest. In the worst case, you will have at least something on the screen. If in any case can happen, or these movements or whatever. This is what I have noticed during these 2 days and also during the presentations what were sent in. So pretty much we can start. And we can start with our presenters. And the presenters are listed in Teams, no, but in the Discord. But at the same time, I will say the order now here. Just a second, I will repeat them. So the first presenter will be Case Innovative Solutions for Food Producers in the Zemgala Planning Region. As I understand, they will be online. Then the second one is Urban Environment Quality Monitoring and Management System. Third one is Clean Up Team. Then fourth, plant-based leather products. 5th, Windwise 6, gluten-free. And the 7th one was about the seaweeds. So the first one is innovative solutions for food producers in the Zemgala planning region. So as I understand, they are online.
They are in the Discord, but could you call out for them? Microphone.
I'm calling them all the time. Already 3 times I called them. Wake up. Guys, from Innovative Solutions for Food Producers. Eri, ielikt mums tiešraidi ēterā, lai mēs redzam. Nu, prezentāciju un arī palaid tiešraidi no streama, lai mēs redzam, kas notiekās. Viņi var pievienoties? They can say something. They can write in the chat. Tas Dominiks kaut ko runā? We cannot hear him. This is what I like in online presentations. Can they write some? Guys, if you are speaking and we are not hearing, write in the Discord chat. I think so that we have to skip the first presenter for a moment to leave them for as the last ones. And then we have as the second one, we have urban environment quality monitoring. Are they here? And management system. Do you need some minutes for preparation? 2 minutes? You can go? Okay, then go.
Hi guys. Hey. Yeah, so my name is.
There's some I don't understand what is now going on.
Təqdim eləyəcəm sən başda.
Manuel is writing that in Discord we could hear the first presenter.
Okay, they're coming back.
No, just a minute.
Düğme nerede? Bu mu?
Just a minute.
Tabii.
Çalışmıyor.
Bak da şey.
Just a second. Wait a second. Go to the first slide back.
We are trying. Yeah, okay.
Verim her görüntü işte.
Salsa.
Verim her.
Simple.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Wait a second. Are you ready to
Verim
start?
her olmuyor mu?
Şöyle de estağfurullah. Üçüncüsünden sonra ben geldim. Biraz. Üçüncüden.
Aynen. O demin dedi burayı bir şey yapmış.
Deseyim.
Tu viņš strādā? Otrs. Un tad respektējiet, ja vajag respektēt.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Yeah, as we are first one, what's the placement like? I will talk, then he will talk. Where should we stand? Yeah, no problem. Yeah, about the camera, it's okay there. Yeah.
Don't worry, we are interested to see and hear you.
Yep, great and presentation disappeared. Olur da aynı. Ha? Hmm.
Barana? Strādā.
Viņus var laist? So just a minute. Say when you are ready. Ready?
Ready.
Okay.
So. Yoklaş deyip. Yeah, okay, go back. So, hi everyone. Good afternoon. Today we'll present our project, so Urban Environment Quality Monitoring and Management System. My name is Ulvi. My partner's name is Ali. We will present this as of right now, and yeah, my partner will go first.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. Today I will present the Urban Environment Quality Monitoring and Management System for the Baltic States. This initiative combines IoT technology, data analytics, and public engagement to address pressing air quality challenges. The problem is air quality in urban areas is deteriorating due to rapid urbanization, increasing vehicle ownership, and industrial activities. Vehicle ownership contributes 3% more emissions annually. Industrial activities add between 2 and 3% more pollutants each year. These factors lead to a 2.5% rise in pollution-related health issues like respiratory illnesses and cardiovascular diseases. Our proposed solution integrates 3 core components. First one is IoT sensor deployment, monitoring pollutants in real time. The second one is data analytics platform, turning raw data into actionable insights. And third one is public engagement, empowering citizens through real-time data and interactive tools. Now my partner will continue.
Yeah, the next one is about the key components of this project. So we will have multiple devices spread across the city, and we'll have a mobile app continued by it. So we have our key components of this project, so the placement will be strategically placed in high polluted areas like industrial zones, residential neighborhoods, and futures will be low cost and high precision devices spread across the city, and the logic will be the quantity over quality. So because it is a big network, it will be a big network of the microcontrollers that gets the information about the air pollution. It will have all of the data centralized, and then we will utilize this data to come across with a solution with from the part of the user experience. They will get the air pollution information and etc. So the data analytics problem, this slide explains how the data analysis will work. So first we'll receive the data, we'll analyze it, we will maybe in the future use machine learning
to get the data, to get the data based on the personalized, for example, diseases. If a person indicates some kind of cardiovascular disease on the program, it will search from the specific elements rather than others. And then there will be a user output where people will see the information about the specific locations based on the quantity of the microcontrollers placed in this specific area. So next one will be about our mobile app and community engagement. So we will have mobile app the core of this project, because people will see the information from the maps, interactive maps, and the information about the overall pollution in the city. And we propose other idea within this project. So this is how the microcontrollers will work. Microcontrollers will look for some kind of gases, or some kind of elements, and after they capture that, and by the way, this is a scalable project, that's why it's not only about the air pollution, it's captures noise pollution too. So it's a crucial point too, because some people experience like they feel uncomfortable around high noise areas. So these will be the key factors of the development part of creating the MVP for this project. Yeah, and the ideas, the project will have. Okay, so 5 minutes is over. I'll have the last point. Okay, so the project will have two main parts: it's the user kits and the city data pods. So the user kits will be provided to the users as a kit format, and they can place it wherever they want, in their work, in their home, wherever it's exposed to the air, and the device can calculate the air pollution. And they will be data pods set in around the city, and data pods will have more precise info about the air pollution, and user kits will be like a small low-cost microcontrollers that can get the information and create a kind of web, kind of network of these devices. So yeah, coming to an end. And these, yeah, sure. Could manage it. One. So this is the bye-bye slide.
It's bye-bye. So, do we have questions? Okay. Julia, you first.
I wanted to ask, I have actually two questions already.
Yeah.
Hopefully I will not come up with more. I wanted to ask of the benefits of kits if city pods already exist. So if city pods are able to get more quality kind of measures of air, then the user kits, why would everybody want to have the kits overall? Just right on time for the end of the question.
Yeah, sure. To answer the question, so the data pods are the high-cost microcontrollers that we spread around the city. I can't say exact numbers, but they can be placed around 10 to 20 pieces all around one city, for example. But the user kits are low cost that are provided by the project itself. And for example, we can charge the payments on one time or per subscription, but user kits allow us to create a network of the users that interacts with it. So for example, if one of our users lives in the center, in the old town, we can gather information about the air pollution in the old town, but the data pod may be in the south part of the Riga, it can be on the north part. So we kind of creating a network. The user kits allows us to create a network, but the data pods are just etalons of the air pollution.
Okay, then one more question, because I'll know, like I am in contact with multiple people who have allergies, so the quality of air is, I'd say, a very popular question that I get. So I've been checking a website called WAKI. The idea of this website is that it's a network of all the air pods that actually measure air quality in the city, so lower the walls, so they are already connected. And in Riga, I know for a fact you already have around like 30 of them. So I wanted to ask, do you have like, what's the difference between those pods and the pods you are suggesting?
Yeah, so I don't know much about the project you're talking about, but I suppose the project. Hey. So yeah, I suppose I suppose the project you're telling just only just gets the air pollution, and we are planning to be a scalable project. So these data pod devices will not only measure air pollution, they can measure noise pollution because they have built-in mics. They can measure air pollution, and so the general idea of user kits is to get a personalized data from any user. For example, if I have a cardiovascular disease, I can edit that on app, and then my microcontroller knows that for a person who has this kind of disease, this air pollution is not normal. And then it's just more data than the project you're telling, and these data pods can not only get the air pollution details. Yeah, and one project I saw is what Rebit network. It's popular in US, but there's no some kind of analogs in Baltic states. I look up to the project you told me to.
Okay, I have some questions. Have you estimated, let's say, on what technology readiness level is your offer, your solution? Pretty much these devices, they are pretty much available now on the market. But what you are offering, have you done some already preliminary testings, prototypings, ideas? Yeah. You should answer.
Yeah, okay, it's okay to keep. Yeah. So about the question, about the technical part. So if we grade it by 10, I think how hard is this project? I would grade it as a 5 because we have only already ready solutions for this project, and we don't need to reinvent the wheel to do that. And we can get just basic microcontrollers, rebrand them, add some features that we need, for example, as I said, to get the noise pollution, and then get some prototyping. We didn't do prototyping in these 2 days because we haven't had tools, but yeah, the opportunity is in the field of the low-cost microcontrollers. So we can produce low-cost propose user kits to users and for the governmental companies.
Okay, thank you very much, team. It was really interesting. So the next one will be clean up team. So please get ready. But I will have to check what is happening with clean up team. It's here? Yeah, okay, good. Erika, mums tur kārtībā ir ar viss? Yeah. A kur nav? Skaidrs, labi. Tā, clean up team, please. Of course, first off. You are not the first ones, you are the second ones.
It's okay like this?
I'm just checking right now.
Working? It's working?
Yeah, it is working.
Say when you are ready.
Okay.
Test if the microphone is okay or not.
Yeah, it's working.
Everyone's gonna saw the experience. Yeah, jury.
Okay, we can start it. Start speaking. Okay. Hello everyone, I'm Hilal.
I'm Ugur. And I'm Shiv.
Our project name is Cleanup. Our slogan is Save Baltic, Save World. So do you know that the most polluted sea in the world is Baltic Sea? Like, I was very shocked when I saw this title in the first time. And now let's look at some countries which they had before this problem and how they solve it. And Netherlands, North Sea, United States, Boston Harbor, and United Kingdom River Thames, Japan, Minamata Bay. So let's look at how they solve it. So these countries had some common ideas to solve this problem, like strict regulations, wastewater treatment facilities, and cultivation of new life forms. And as you see, Sweden, Finland, Estonia, Lithuania, and Latvia, those are currently trying to solve this problem, and they're introducing new like regulation facilities, and those also like trying new facilities, but it is not enough because it is like so costly and it's too long for implement those facilities. And where is the Baltic Sea problem? And we have microplastics, nutrition, sand, oil, and garbage problems. So we created one platform for many solutions. Our cleanup project is the waterproof and converted and lightweight and carbon fiber. And the floating model is the autonomous oil filter, solar panel, and real-time monitoring. And first one is the cleaning the sea and collects the oil, and with the built filters, they have the filters inside. And this for the autonomous navigations, and their map, as you can see, this one. And this one is the underwater model, and autonomous robotic arm, real-time monitoring, and data collection. They are function of this underwater model. And these are the mussels and microalgae and fishes for. These are the four features for the boat robots. And the first one is the, as you see, like dimension, power source, capacity of garbage, remote control. It's autonomous, and the other ones is the all of the like the same, but the second one, which is underwater, and it's like 24-hour, and the normal is like 20. And yeah, the features like all the same. And our plan is we will start with this area, which is Gulf of Riga, and with 200 robots in 3 years. And
so if we talk about the teams, I am Ugur. I am right now study of RTU. Oh, okay. Okay. I am Ugur. I am study of Riga Technical University, aviation transport. That's been aircraft engineering, and in the team, I am the product manager, also mechanic engineers. So I have a lot of experience about the autonomous systems and electronic systems. I'm already in the captain of the RTU unmanned aerial vehicle teams. So yeah, I am like that basically.
Okay, I'm Hilal. I was studying at RTU Entrepreneurship and Management, and now I'm studying at RSU Medicine. And I have like my own business company for at my country, but yeah, I'm also doing the marketing manager.
And I'm Shiv. Currently, I'm studying at Riga Technical University, Bachelor's of Computer Systems, and I have been into ICT, like software company as an ICT consultant. And back in my country, I was research assistant in the IoT. So yeah, thank you.
So why we need to clean the Baltic Sea? Why is so important? Because the first of economic reason, and the fish sector have very like huge economic income, and there are also specific fish which is like live in the Baltic Sea, and the Baltic is also like great option for tourism, for aspect of the health. And if you want to eat fish which is like come from the Baltic Sea, and they had like microplastic and chemical things, and we are like eating this one, so it is not healthy.
So if you are talking about the market, our market is B2B. Of course, not more expensive than human life, but for this project we have to work with the government. I will pass this part, and yeah, Yeah, already finished. Yeah. Thanks for listening for us. Yeah.
Julia, questions?
Hey guys, great project. It actually really reminds me of a project that I also did at the Hackathon a few years back. So,
Was involved?
no, I wasn't. But I'll repeat the questions we got. So here you go. Do you have a 3D model, or is it the model that you did? Did you draw it, or is it a 3D model and you did just screenshots from the AutoCAD, or?
Yeah. For example, we started with the one platform is a main platform, so we can use it for different types. Which one is the for cleaning the top of the waters? You just added some basic solar panel system and some basic the motors for truss. If you take off that and if you put it some propeller like that and also take off the solar panel, put it some arms, and it's going to be change of the underwater drone like submarine robots. So yeah.
So the question I had was regarding the propellers that you have here. If you are planning to use this, well, it's also something that I should probably mention. I have a robotics degree. So the propeller, these ones, if you set them in the sea, seaweeds will get stuck in them. So this model as it is right now won't be able to function in sea within, it's gonna be dead within like 15 minutes there. If you're out there to clean up microplastics and seaweeds, they are gonna get in the way of these types of propellers if you don't add any kind of safety around them. So they won't be able to function long.
So the thing is that underwater module is not cleaning. The cleaning part is for the floating ones, the before one. Yeah, this one. So this will float on the like water. That this one won't go underground, so underwater. And the second one, yeah, this one is collecting the data for the research purposes, like what is the status, like good algae or bad algae, and the mussels farm she mentioned, and the fish population. So this one's for research, and the first one's for the garbage collection. And yeah. So for propeller, like he's from robotics. So like you mentioned, we can figure something out on this, and we have like 2-3 propellers in our mind, but as for the time limit, we selected this one.
Okay, good. That was the first question I had, and the second was, where are you planning to run these robots to do cleanup? Is it canals or actually in the sea? Because what is their volume, the volume of trash they're actually able to collect, and where are gonna, like, do they need to be actually manipulated by human beings? If they are autonomous, then did you think of the station where they're gonna dump the trash out? And
The slide that showed the map. Yeah. So like, if for example, if the underwater or the filtration, whichever is collecting the garbage, if it's here, this will be the place where it will dump the garbage, whichever is the near node. Like we are working as a node, like wherever the nearest node is, it will go there and dump it, and again come back for collecting more garbage.
okay, then there's a different question that kind of appears on its own. So what's the radius? How far off the shore would be able it to actually clean?
Actually, it's about the autonomous system. So we don't need the controller in the remotely. We just selecting in the map. You should be clean this area, and with the GPS system is know to where you have to go, and this is going to be start to automatically clean. There's garbage have or not. Yeah, about the power system, we say 24 hours is working without again the charging. So other system we said we have to put the 200 vehicles for cleaning area, not only once. So should be. Mm-hmm.
So you'll only be able to clean next to the beaches.
But if like hypothetically, if we want to clean like like far away off the shore, we can go with some boat or place, and then we can deploy the units. And as it had solar panels, so after cleaning that particular area, like suppose there are some EU project or some NGOs that want to clean some area, so we'll go there with the boats, and depending on how much area we want to clean, we can deploy that much amount of robots, and after cleaning that particular area we can come back. And that's the main part, that we can this is like flexible, not like water treatment plants that are stationary.
Actually, I have one challenging question for you. You know that Baltic Sea and every sea, there is not only pollution, but there is also ships. How the ships will know that you are cleaning this area? For example, I have a tanker that is going to Riga port, and I totally will not see your 200 robots that will be cleaning the sea. And at the end of the day, you will only have 100 robots. The same also is about, for example, if I have small recreational vehicle, yacht or motorboat, and I am now having the speed in Riga Gulf for 70 kilometers per hour, and accidentally I found your robot with my nose. So the result is -1 robot, minus yacht that costs 100,000 euros. So how I will see your robot? Will it have some radar, passive radar reflector, or it will be somewhere seen? But you know that, as I said, no one is reading emails. Why you think that the yacht operators will read on looking on some app and to see where are your robots?
Maybe yes, you can't see all robots with the radars because it should be small, smaller than your tank. So, but we can see you. I mean, we can change the rotations. If we saw something is coming and rotation is crossing, change the rotations. Yeah, it's a submarine, so going to down maybe.
Okay, teams, that's very easy.
Yeah.
Okay, do we have some questions?
Yes.
Yes, madam.
Almost done, but not yet. One more question. There's a sorry guys, really sorry, but it is what it is. One more question regarding the company called Ocean Cleanup. There's a company, Ocean Cleanup. I kind of think that what you're going for is kind of similar. So the concept of the company is that they have the same thing, just quadruple, 10 times bigger than this one. So what is the advantage of smaller? Yeah, but they also have a machine that actually looks like this one, just many times bigger. So the question is, what's the benefit of having it smaller instead of that large one that they already have?
Like I said, that having the small machine would make it easier to move anywhere. If anyone want to deploy or specific area, we can move that, or we can go there easily compared to the bigger machine that Ocean Cleanup have. So, and we are doing both tasks, that we are not just focusing on cleaning, we are also doing the research. So if any research institutes want to research a particular area, we can provide them that. Yep.
There was one new information since the time I mentored this. So how are you going to manage 200 autonomous robots with each other? I think the progress that needs to be done in swarm intelligence is still a little bit in the future. So
You are into robotics. Yeah, so like you said, that swarm intelligence is not quite a huge thing right now, but like we have tried with 10 or 20, but we can scale up to 200 over the time. So yeah, that's the current answer we have, because 10 to 20 is possible. Like there are 2 or 3 techniques that we were, like me and Ugur were thinking on, like having different microcontrollers, and everyone's sending each other position, so they won't collide with each other, but that's possible for 20. but we'll scale up and we'll find some solutions in near future.
Okay, no more questions. Thank you, team. You want to say something?
No,
Okay, thank you. So now let's have the team number 4. What is it? Team number 4? Plant-based leather products. Yeah, pareizi, yeah. Okay.
Hello, everyone. Yes. Šitā uz priekšu un uz atpakaļ, ja? Yes, it's working. Yes, sure. So, hello, everyone. Hello, everyone in this big hall. And also, hello, everyone on the Discord and maybe in YouTube also. So, I have a question. By the way, this previous presentation, I think we have a lot of common with these project managers, so maybe after this presentation we can cooperate. I have a question. What do you think about this picture? What is the association of this picture for you? Can you tell someone? Mushrooms, food, something else, some colors. So we are prepared for you for very interesting project, and this project calls plant-based leather products. And why do we need that? The aim to create this, yes, this is not. We are looking for possibilities to produce product from using sustainable materials. And sustainable materials, maybe you know someone, what are the most popular sustainable materials for plant-based leather? Have you heard? No. It is like cork, kelp, apple peels, pineapple leaves. It can be also mycelium. So we will show you what we can prepare from these materials. There are some market challenges, and consumers demand sustainable alternatives. But most vegan leathers rely on, I can say, environmentally harmful materials. So this is, I can demonstrate leather. This is vegan leather, especially for today, for presentation. And plant-based materials offer eco-friendly options, but they are very expensive. And so it is, again, problem. And opportunities exist in also in innovation, durable materials, and affordable solutions. So I will pass my microphone to my colleague. He's a young man, and I think he's a potential who will use this material, and you will tell.
Thank you. Can I have also this? Yeah, so I can stand here. Yeah, the customers are mostly motivated by ethical, environmental, and aesthetic values, mostly because they have a passion for vegan life, and yeah, they basically include everyone, all age groups, and you can be luxury customer, and maybe not especially luxury. Industries are also various, like fashion, automotive, furniture, everything works. Future potential is increasing because as sustainability trends grow, also the interest for vegan materials and eco-friendly solutions grow. Yes, I can give a word.
Yeah, I can help you with that. So increased funding for innovation and research attracts venture capital and corporate investments. So current production costs are high, but will decrease with scaling and technological advancement. So I think the beginning for this business may be pretty much expensive, but in future I think this is a great opportunity for business project. And there are also premium pricing ensures profitability in luxury and fashion segments. But for mass market adoption, no, it is, as I told, for now it's pretty much expensive. And as you told already, market growth is driven by demand for sustainable and cruelty-free alternatives. Oh, we have already done.
So I can stop.
Okay. Now show how many slides you have left.
A lot.
Show.
We have done a lot, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Now you will have 1 minute.
Yeah.
1
Works.
minute, and you have to show all the slides, or you have to choose only one slide. It's up to you. 1 minute.
Yep, works. Thanks for the minute. The main goal is that our main goal is that we don't use any artificial ingredients that basically everything that we use is eco-friendly. No chemicals, nothing. Completely plant-based and eco-friendly. That doesn't count for all of the vegan-based stuff. Some includes plastics, and that's not what we are looking for. That addresses economical issues, environmental issues, pollution, and everything that comes from it. The challenges, respectively, are higher costs and lower performance in heavy-duty applications. Target audience is basically everyone that cares about the nature and vegan-based products. Yeah, it can be made cool and stylish, even still being simple. Market comparison for now is around 23 billion euros. In around 8 years, it can grow to around 41 billion with 10% increase every year. Our competition is, there are at least 2 companies that make products. 2 of them are more expensive luxury companies. That's not our goal. That's like, let's say, our niche. And growth strategy we have made for 2 years approximately, get volunteers, feedback, delivery, analyzing, and growing. This is the team. And to summarize, we are committed to ethical methods, we are committed to reducing pollution, and we thrive due to strong market knowledge and team support. And our vision, efficiencies will come from proactively transforming our business. Thank you.
Hey, can we go back to the slide with competitors that you showed? So you said that you're not going for the luxuries, right? So that's what makes you different. But you also mentioned that it is going to be expensive anyway. So you're still kind of aiming for luxury, that's what you said? Because it's going to be expensive. So you mentioned that it's not going to go to mass market. So it's still going to be in the luxury market. So what's the difference then between you and the competitors that you have?
Thank you for the question. What I didn't mention is that the biggest, let's say, problem at this point is scaling. Because, yeah, in small scales, it is expensive, around, I think it was like 60, 80 euros per square feet, like that big of a square, $50, okay, but still. Yeah, it's, the unique thing would be that we can also make simpler and cheaper products, maybe from some like not Yeah, I was about to say that from poorer quality, but not necessarily. I think the main goal is to. Yeah. That's why I'm not gonna say that. No, the main issue is scaling, and at that point it can go. Yeah, you can grow the mycelium in pretty big plantations, so you can harvest it and press it, and it could reduce the price. Yeah, I think half of the cheapness probably would be from it not being like branded and yeah, presented as a luxury product.
I will add also, you know, this is only 36 hours and we begin this project. We care. And we have to make it very, very careful, and we have to make market research. And market research to make a real potential price list and how much it costs and where is this market and how we can divide this market. It needs some more deep investigation. So it needs more deep research. But there is one more problem, and this is marketing. And marketing costs for the brands what are well known, for them it is much easier to produce and to sell this product. If you are making something new with a new brand or something like that, so there are two possibilities, what we haven't count now, but the idea is there are two possibilities. Or we are offering some white label with some unique product, new one, innovative, or we are trying to make our own brand. But for that, unfortunately, we have more time to calculate that.
Actually, there is one thing that I don't understand from your presentation. What do you offer? You are offering leather, or you are offering the products from the leather?
I can answer. So we are offering products from leather, but there are many opportunities, as we see on the first slide, maybe at the very beginning, when I was asking you, there is the first slide. You see, these all are products from what you can make leather. So if we want to calculate which product is the best, do we have to buy from somebody who is already making this product? Or maybe we can grow some products here in Latvia, make here, sorry? No, mushroom myceliums, why not? We have some company already. And of course, we have to investigate that. That's why I think it is very important. But for the beginning, this is only ready-made product.
So you are asking money for the product that we build will be produced from the plant-based leather. Okay.
Yeah, and actually to answer also the previous question a little bit more precisely, yeah, since we are looking at many different materials, let's say the mycelium is, let's say, more luxurious, but for example, maybe pineapple leaves are not so much, so the only cost would be the transporting, and yeah, the total cost could be lower. It had to be researched, but still, yeah, if there are many materials, some could be more luxurious, feel more better, some could be more durable, but lower cost. Yeah, okay. Something like that.
Thank you for the presentation. Only one comment from my side. We are speaking about the green planet to reduce CO2 emissions, and you are offering to transport pineapples to Latvia. How about the CO2 emissions for logistics? That is just a comment from my side. Think about this one. Better use the local one products always, the same mushrooms. But when you are speaking, then if you are speaking about the products manufactured from the plant-based leather, then don't speak about the growing this plant-based leather. This is a completely different project. But thank you very much. Actually, the project was very interesting presentation, and even I learned something, that the vegan can be everything but the plant-based it is mushrooms. So that was interesting. Thank you very much. Number 5, we have Windwise. Are they here? Oh, thanks God, not online.
Yep, that's mine.
Just a second. Say when you are ready.
Okay. Wait, how do I? Okay. Yeah, it's working. It's working perfectly. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Toms Pastels, and I want you to imagine yourselves on a cruise ship, having the time of your lives, drinking a cocktail with your friends, and all of a sudden, the cruise ship starts sinking. So naturally, you run. Yeah, naturally, you run with your cocktail to the lifeboat, where you find out that the modern lifeboat only keeps contact with the ground for 48 hours. So in other words, if the authorities do not find you in 48 hours, you're all alone in the ocean, completely lost with your cocktail. This is a very serious power supply issue, and can be solved with our modern technology. So this is a brand new technology that converts wind power to electricity. Here's how it works. So our design has 3 main components. There are 2 metal surfaces connected with each other and then secured with a metal rod. How are the 2 metal surfaces connected, you might ask? Well, they are connected with a special material, a piezoelectric film. This material has special properties, mainly that when it is bent or deformed, it produces electricity. Right. And here is our design, our first prototype in action. As you can see, as the wind is blowing, the 2 metal surfaces flop up and down, bending the piezoelectric material and therefore generating electricity. As you can see, even in very, very strong wind conditions, our model works perfectly well. Right. So why is this such a groundbreaking innovation? Well, this innovation is so groundbreaking because it will ensure cheaper and greener energy delivery to IoT devices. What are IoT devices, you might ask? Well, IoT, or Internet of Things, are small devices like sensors, trackers, and so forth that collect a lot of data about our everyday lives. They are an integral part of our society, and we couldn't function without them. That is also why the IoT industry is absolutely huge. In 2024, the IoT industry's total revenue was almost $400 billion, and it is expected to be a $1 trillion industry by the year 2034. Right. So who? Oh, I'm sorry, I don't know where to sell this up. But so who would be interested in our product? Well, anyone who really needs to measure something, communicate something, or track any data outdoors. Right. So currently, this is achieved through primary batteries or solar panels. However, Windwise would be a technology that could supplement these 2 energy sources and function in instances where these 2 solutions are not as effective. Right. So this technology has multiple applications. For example, agriculture. The modern day farmer employs a dozen of IoT systems, all designed to monitor stuff like soil condition, air temperature, air humidity, and so forth. All of this could be powered by Windwise. The current system that the farmers use is extremely inefficient because when the primary battery dies, they all have to be replaced. And you can imagine, as the farmer who has about 10 of these devices per 1 hectare and has hundreds of hectares, imagine just the hustle that the farmers have to go through just to replace each battery. Windwise would eliminate this problem completely. Windwise has also many weather monitoring applications. For example, Windwise could power the sensors in weather stations and weather balloons, right? These stations are specifically designed to collect data about stuff like air humidity, air temperatures, and so forth. Windwise could also power the sensors in water buoys, and they could power the devices that hikers and mountain climbers use in conditions where the wind is extremely strong, but the sunlight is not so available. But what's most exciting is that this Windwise technology could power entire cities, entire infrastructures, right? For example, automatic lighting, and so forth. Windwise could also have many space applications. For example, as we all know, in the next following decades, we're planning on conquering Mars, and so Windwise could be used to power some IoT devices on Mars. Right. So you might have a question. So why choose us? Why not some alternatives like primary batteries or solar panels? Well, when we look at primary batteries, Windwise technology lasts significantly longer. We have calculated that Windwise technology would last for about 10 years before it needs replacement, and with primary batteries, you could squeeze out at most maybe 2 years. We are also way greener than primary batteries. We leave no carbon footprint behind, whereas primary batteries, they tend to have significant. So what about solar panels, right? So solar panels, we are significantly cheaper than them. Yep. Raise your tone. Oh, sorry. That's our team. And then there are like the slide, what's next? And what's next is acquire funding, acquire patent specification, and finalize products. And yeah, well, that's it. Thank you so much. Okay, this will be the best 30 seconds of your entire life. Right. So we are way easier to own than solar panels because we do not require any panel cleaning. While you may have to clean your panels every once a year, Windwise requires no such maintenance. Our team consists of 3 members. We are all high school students that are highly motivated, and we're studying physics at the best public high schools in Latvia, and we're studying it at an advanced level. So what's next? So the first step would be to acquire more funding. With that, we could do more testing for longer periods of time. We could improve the design or even change it because we're open to new ideas. We could also acquire a patent specification. This would give us exclusive rights. Next, we could finalize the product, and then we could conquer the IoT market by releasing it. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, me again. So I wanted to ask, what's the benefit between your solution and the wind generators? Because they already exist, so it's already a known wind generators, right? They put them on sailboats already, right? They use them on farming lands as well. So I wanted to ask, what's the...
Well, first of all, it is kind of hard to scale down a wind generator, right? I mean, to the level that it needs to be scaled down to power some IoT devices. You'd imagine that this is much more compatible with IoT devices, and it's much more easier to manage because it's much more, well, smaller in scale. Right, and one other thing, as I mentioned before, this is not meant to replace solar panels or other kinds of wind harvesters. This is just supplemental technology that could be used in some instances where this solution is more effective than others, essentially, right? And as I mentioned, because of the piezoelectric material, it is very cheap to produce. This is very cheap. Really, the most expensive component of this entire design is the piezoelectric film, right? And suppose that we buy, all the materials in big enough quantities, right? We could lower the cost significantly, right? So the prototype that we have built currently, well, we built it for, I think, like 10, everything in total was 12 euros, right? And if you buy it in bulk, we can make it very, very cheap. And so that would be the benefit, as the other wind generators that you mentioned, right? They require all kinds of, motors and stuff like that, and like the thing that converts, the wind energy into electricity. However, this one, right, the piezoelectric film, right, it in itself it generates the electricity. So that's like essentially the benefit.
But still, another question that remains regarding durability, because based on my experience, what I already know is that the more moving parts you actually have, every single material has a limit of how many times it can be bent, right? So this piezoelectric film will still eventually break. So the question is, how come you say it's no maintenance?
Well, it's no maintenance in the sense that you do not have to maintain it for it to work, right? As I mentioned in the slide previously, right, the piezoelectric material, it loses its like like qualities after a certain time. And that time is about 10 years, right? That's when it becomes so ineffective that you might want to replace it, right? However, what I will have what I do think is very important to mention is the fact that there have been previously 1 degree of freedom similar designs to this, right? And they have tested those designs pretty rigorously, and they have found out that they can do more than millions of these flapping motions, right? And they work just perfectly fine. Sorry? Yeah, yeah, no. Well, like I said, they have rated it to no, not saying a million, right? I'm saying millions of. So that's something very specific and very important to underscore, right? And so yeah, like I said, they have been rated previous designs with 1 degree of freedom, meaning that there's no second flap that moves, right? They have been rated that they can last 10 years without any decrease in efficiency, right? So I wouldn't worry too much about that, but that's a very legitimate concern. Thank you.
Sorry. One more question still remains. Then let's say you are lost in Mediterranean and not in Baltic Sea, so it's less windy. So in this scenario, then but like wind doesn't just come up; it's pretty still. There are people lost in the sea because they have sailboats that use how do you call these? Like no, the thing that catches wind that lets you go. A sail. That's alright, it's a sailboat. Sorry, guys. Yeah, so there are people that get stuck there because there's no wind for days. So you would still lose connection then and lose electricity, right?
Well, no, not really, because so this wind harvester, right, it harvests power that is then stored in like a battery, like a reusable battery, right? So that because the wind harvester isn't working at the moment, that doesn't mean that that the battery does not have power to actually, power the GPS device, right? So. Yeah, that's. I mean, we. That's actually that's a funny idea. We tried it with our friends. If you blow it, you can't really generate enough, wind to move it significantly. But yeah, you can try bending it with your hands. So. Yeah.
Or you can glue photovoltaic cell on this flap, and you will don't need to wave it. Okay, the question is, what is the cut-in speed? Cut-in speed, wind speed. Yes, cut-in when it starts generating electricity. 1 meter per second, 2, 3 meters, 5, 7.
Well, as we saw. Yeah, sorry. As we saw in the presentation, it was already moving at a very rapid pace. Sorry? Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, that's a great point. So I will show you, as we already saw in the video. Yeah, at 4.5 meters per second, it was already very rapidly flapping. So. Well, I do not know the specific number, right? And I suppose that if we acquired some more funding, we could find out. Well, yeah, but that's true. So sorry, maybe we can see, right? So just for a little review, we can already see that at 4.5, it's already moving very strongly, right? But how about, I get back at you in a week or so and I'll tell you the cutoff speed. Yeah? Okay. In a week?
Okay, I'm waiting for email.
Yeah, just one more question regarding this video. Actually, when was the test done? Was it actually done during the hackathon? No. Okay, never mind then.
Okay, thank you very much, team. Thank you. Who is number 6? Okay, number 6 is gluten-free. Gluten-free is here, I know.
Hello, I would like to present our project, and here you can read our idea. A lot of time we can hear the gluten-free, I have gluten-free diet, and actually this is a huge problem for a lot of people, and around the Europe it's count approximately 7 million people, but unfortunately this autoimmune disease increase, and the number also some shows that the number in some countries reached 12%. But the main problem for these people is that they are not located in one place. It's a large area, and in this it makes very complicated for these people to reach the food which is available, which is necessary, gluten-free certificated food, and makes their life more complicated. I know it very well from my personal experience. That's why I also, for instance, in Latvia we have only 6 companies which is officially certificated with gluten-free certificates, and one of these companies is also mice and we products which we present, and actually the main problem for us, for companies, to reach our customers as they are located in the large area. And at this moment, the people mostly can buy some gluten-free products in large markets, but it's not available for all producers, for small producers. And in this case, most products what you can buy. Gluten-free product, they are the same and they are not very tasty. That's people has no variety, and that's why we offer a solution that it's necessary to build up the networking for small media entrepreneurs who are working and producing gluten-free products, and organize the parcel machines which will be located. Delivered, companies work together and deliver their products to these parcel machines, which will be with specific temperature regimes. It's very important, and people can come, and it will be something like online shop and buy whatever they want. And it's possible in each boxes of the parcel machine to keep this temperature, different kind of temperature. So it's important also for minus 18 degrees if you are talking about frozen products, or some products which is necessary to keep +4, +6 degrees. And also during this hackathon we discuss about and think about the revenue, and what we can see that we can think about the opportunity to give the advertisements for the companies. We can add this opportunity to make the fees for these logistic companies also, and or give the premium service for these customers, because they really need something like that. Here you can see our key partners which we identified during this hackathon, and of course the most problem for us at this moment is to identify all these companies which produce gluten-free products. And here you can see our cost structure, which we can see for our for this business, to develop this networking and organize these deliveries. And that very important for us to organize this collaboration and organize this temperature, keeping safe temperature for these parcel machines. And here you can see our team and our competencies, but I would like to mention that all competencies is not covered, so we need some other competencies which we are planning to add. During this nearest time, we are planning to finalize, to find the people with necessary competencies, and also to realize all these to clarify everything, because we are searching for funding and we want to apply for Horizon projects in Cluster 6 program. But for future also we can find the investors to develop this also like a business. And we are searching for technical expertise, strategic partnership, and also for funding. At the end, I want to say the quotation of Henry Ford: "Coming together is a beginning, keeping together is progress, and working together is success." It's my opinion how to work successfully for gluten-free product. Thank you. I know.
Oh, you're sure I have questions already? Oh, thank you. Okay. I'm really sorry. Could you please clarify again? So, what is the project's idea? To organize a network of delivering gluten-free products. Am I getting this right?
Yeah. It's necessary to organize first of all, to make database of the companies gluten-free producers, because it's not available at this moment. Okay, we know very well international companies like Share, Dowes Farm, etc., but it's not very known the small companies. And it's a first step, and the second step, when we have this mapping of these companies, we know where they are working, and make together of deliveries to these parcel machines, because all of these companies has very interesting specific products. I know very well some of them, yes, but it's not possible for these companies to reach these big supermarkets, because not all supermarkets want to work with these small companies, as also the pricing is challenging, what they offer for these small companies, and the price of the products is really high. Not all people can afford it, unfortunately. Yes, it was also the 12 years ago when I start to live with the celiac disease for my son. I know how it's complicated. We drive from our city to Germany to Poland to buy products for them, because the variety, this assortment was very, very, it was terrible actually.
One more question. So you are planning to organize the deliveries and the parcel machines as well, right? So you would need specific machines that could have a certain temperature there, right? So the climate, and also the parcel machines, right? They would also need the climate as well. Because if you're gonna deliver, let's say, whatever product it is, in minus 18 degrees, and that's like the standard for how you keep it, then the parcel machine will also need to maintain those minus 18, right?
We had an idea during this hackathon yesterday that about this opportunity, that this moment is starting to beginning to work on this kind of parcel machines, in which each of the box could keep the separate temperature. So you can put the temperature. If I need, for my products, for instance, I need minus 18 degree, but for some other products it's necessary plus 4 degrees. So in each box it's possible to put the necessary temperature, what is important. And also during the delivery, it's possible in the same car to make the different boxes with the same internet of this microcontrollers, yes, so to put the different temperature and deliver products on necessary. Actually, at this moment, I'm working on the same way. I deliver it to my products, yes, with different temperature, just on the same time.
I will probably just make a small suggestion here, like business-wise, that you could also consider widening the scope from only gluten-free to, let's say, medicaments as well, because some of them need to be maintained in certain temperatures as well, in the colder temperatures. And if it's somebody who doesn't live next to like a pharmacy right next to the house, it could also be beneficial. Questions?
Yeah, I have one thing. Have you any estimations? What investments do you need? Amount?
It's a good question. At this moment, during this hackathon, we didn't make the calculations because at this moment we have this. I would like to say that the readiness of our projects is still real 6th level. So at this moment, yes, because which give us opportunity to work on this practical issue, to attract company who work on these parcel machines, to attract. So maybe that's why was my last slide about the cooperation. I really believe that I don't need to do all things by myself. Yes, so we need to find those who has this specialization and work together and create the real important and good solutions for people, because it's really important and it's a health issue for them. It's a life for these people. It's very important.
I have one question. We have a lot of parcel box now. Omniva, DPD, Latvijas Post, whatever. Maybe you can cooperate with them. There is already the places, the parcel box. Maybe there is no need to build a separate box. Maybe there can be something that can be put inside already existing boxes.
The main idea is not that I make the pre-order. The main idea I see it's the next shops. It's next shops where people, if I want to, it's like something like online shop. So I can come to this parcel machine. I can see what kind of products is available in this parcel machine in each box, and I can order, make a scan from pay and receive this product. So it's like a parcel shop. Okay, maybe it will be more precise. I thought about also this case because I really like to pay attention to details, such small. And in this application, people can see, okay, in this box I have 2 such kind of products, so 2 pieces, so I need to buy 2. So not only, so in some is 1, in some 2, and so it's, yeah, it could be in such way. It's a technical issue.
Okay, is there someone who wants to ask? Okay, no. Okay, thank you very much, team. Now we are going to have the team number 7. Seaweeds. Where is seaweeds? Seaweeds are here.
Test, test, 1, 2. Have to point it? Right and left, right? All right. Hello, we are Aquamarine Technology, and we are going to give you guys a presentation on our solution here of a problem that was in our backyard. It's not working again. So in the last 24 hours, our team of international scientists and visionary entrepreneurs came up with a solution to solve a real-life problem. We have lots of seaweed in our backyards, not only here in the Baltics, but all over the world. And it's a significant problem that affects tourism on the coastlines. It's, there's nasty smells that come out of it. It really just impacts, this is not necessarily, it is a two-phase problem. Obviously, there are negative impacts to the environment, within the seaweed that we can solve. But we had to, in the last 24 hours, really focus on solving the actual problem at hand. So tourism impact was one of the biggest. There's also other components we had to take into consideration, how to predict where the seaweed's going to be. We had to create these predictive models to understand. So we're going to have teams of people doing that as well. So there's a lot of innovation. We also thought about ideas of rapid testing for heavy metals and other things. But we're not going to cover that in too much detail during this presentation because we want to focus on solving these immediate problems. So once we got the seaweed, we also have to do something with it. So I'd like to introduce you to some of the main products that we came up with. Our main real product here is not only the seaweed collection, which is kind of boring. I mean, we didn't innovate any new ways to collect seaweed because that's already exists. It's actually a big benefit to us because it's a turnkey solution, right? It's quick, it's fast, we can get the collection of seaweed. We're not farming seaweed, we are strictly collecting it. So obviously that's part of our process. We also have the C-Wrap product that we've developed, and that is a sustainable food packaging from seaweed. And I just happen to get paired with food scientists that are absolutely incredible from Lithuania. And these guys, they knew all about this product. They knew how to process it. They knew how to, add additives to it. And we're going to talk a little bit later about that. So it's an eco-friendly packaging using the seaweed that we collect. It's better. It's a no-waste idea. And then to continue with the no-waste, we have biofuel that we can create from the seaweed. We're not looking to become an energy company. We're just looking to create ourselves a no-waste sustainable business. So natural fertilizer is another one. We have partners, agricultural people in the region, that are looking for the actual byproducts that you get from seaweed, so we can use it for fertilizer, soil amendments. They're waiting for this. They need it, and we're here to provide it. So it is absolutely 100% ready for production. We don't have the numbers specifically, because in 24 hours it's very hard to get the actual data, but we can tell you that the technology exists today to get started. So really it's about, putting this into action. We have ports that are available. We have municipalities that are enthusiastic to build up their ports. We have the farmers waiting for the products. We have packaging companies that want these sustainable products, and we want the people themselves that need them as well. So pretty much this solution is ready to go. It's a potential that's almost, it's in the billions when you think about the numbers for this. So everything has been proven. It's all there. The science is there. These guys know some of the new technologies and the new things that we can do, which kind of takes us to, I was talking about the size and the scope. This is a $9 billion market in seaweed. There's upwards of over 100,000 jobs predicted to be created in this industry. We can get a head start on this quick. We can become a global leader. We can be scaled and just move on to different regions of the world, because seaweed is a global thing. So introducing you to C-Wrap, our solution. We have vegetable glycerin additives, which is basically it's rapeseed, which is abundant in this region. Lots of farmers grow rapeseed. We can produce this vegetable glycerin to add the UV properties to our C-Wrap product, which is the raw material now. This is not the packaging, the final product. We're not a packaging company. We're a packaging raw material producer. So we produce the rolls that we send off to the packaging companies. Those guys are going to be doing, the egg cartons, the whatever the end product that you're going to get in the store. That's not our responsibility. We're basically the collectors, the raw material creator. We create this UV resistant, water resistant, oil resistant packaging as well, which is kind of our signature. We believe that's going to set us aside from competitors and give us a lead in that went on its own. So I spoke about the vegetable glycerin coming from rapeseed, readily available, also opens up the market for farmers to sell to us in addition to global markets. And I spoke about easily deployable. And finally, I'd like to let you meet our team. Yeah. I think there's just two. So I'd like to introduce you to our team.
Hi, I'm Ernestus, and I'm dedicated to discovering cost-effective, eco-friendly materials through rigorous scientific innovation.
I'll just make the packaging plan, how to make the packaging, all the steps. I'll just look through them.
My name is Violeta, and I am a quality control. I will just be making sure that I will make sure about the standards, so like the quality control, solving problems, and also sustainability of standards.
And I'm Jason, the Chief Visionary Officer. My goal is to make sure that the vision of the company is set forward in the right direction, and everybody is happy and creating wonderful solutions, and we can grow this company to a global powerhouse. And with that, the type of partnerships we're looking for today, since all the technologies exist, we're looking for someone who can help us bring a CEO on board and develop an actual team, and obviously bring in the resources to get the facilities built and work out the logistics and all that. So we're ready to go. We're ready to open up some jobs and make it happen. Thank you.
I like the idea. Great job. Loving it.
No questions? I'm surprised. I have to ask the first ones? Okay, good. Then I have the main question. You showed that it's really pretty much the market is very impressive, I would like to say. And also it's will solve a lot of problems. The first question is on the second slide. That was AI image? It was impressive. I was even sitting and thinking where that can be at that moment and what these people are doing there with their asses in there. And that actually catched my attention. And that was really impressive. Yeah. Then the next question is, what do you estimate, what investment amount would you need to start operations? Just estimate. I'm not asking for the dollar counting.
It's quite interesting. It depends on, my vision is a harvester just to get started, right? I don't want to be in the business of purchasing the raw materials from producers because that doesn't solve the problem. So I see a harvester being purchased probably if we can get something used, that'd be great. But, the seaweed harvester, 500,000, let's estimate, maybe more, some sort of barge to collect the material itself, and then the facilities, it can be upwards, probably 10, 20 million is probably a good estimate for maybe to get started. Because again, this is just, we want to produce the raw material in rolls, very basic. We don't want to go to two extremes. But we do want to create the biodiesel production facility as well. We do want to scale this solution. So I assume that it's going to grow into I'm hoping to tap into the $1 billion potential versus just stick to a $500,000 a year company. No, this is too big of a market to just turn it into a $1 million investment to make $500,000. No, I want to look bigger than this. I want to tap into. Let's work with the Baltics first. There's at least 1,500 miles of kilometers of coastline that we can start with, and Sweden's got another 3,000 kilometers of coastline. There's a lot of coastline in the Baltics. The Baltics is very dirty. We didn't talk about the microplastics that we can also filter out, because today, if we were to clean this out and just dump it somewhere, that's terrible. But there's also fertilizer market. So there's income potentials from that, revenue from that. It goes on. The ports are going to become active, trucking. It's more of an impact than just this facility cleaning coastlines. So the impact is large. I suspect it's not a small investment.
No, that's very good. That it means it's a large-scale investment project, and that means that it can be rather interesting also from the investment point of view. Because there is no difference. Are you managing 100,000 euro project or 10 million project? The same costs are for the person who is doing this management. So this is one thing. Yeah, the second thing is also, how do you estimate? Okay, to buy the barge, to buy the harvester, it is okay, 1 month, 2-3 months challenge. But when you are going to set up the factory and start producing the product, shall it be some 2, 3, 4, 5 year project approximately before you are starting to have some earnings? Is the market ready for? You are saying that there is this agriculture guys who are ready to take this as a fertilizer, but will they be really ready, or this is your estimations? Are they ready to pay for it?
Well, I have one of our potential buyers in the room today. Yeah. So hopefully we. So hopefully we could. All right. So it all boils down. This is the real life situation here. My background is also in agriculture, so knowing that if the test results are good, again, we're in a very contaminated area, and the reason why we decided on packaging, and is because it is a highly contaminated zone, the Baltics, and one of the advantages we have is if we're creating biofuel with this, the contamination levels are not as important as it is for organic farming. So organic farmers are dying for this kind of product. We've been all over the Scandinavian coast looking for producers of this. A lot of times their test levels don't come in at the acceptable rates. So that's not the end of the world, because fertilizer could be, you know, you can use it to amend soils that are non-organic as well, right? Like it's just, I just happen to have a buyer that's ready to go. She's looking for actual, you know, this product. So it is. I know that there are other organic farmers that are also seeking this. We have to ship it in. If it's local to the Baltics, there is none. To this day, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, there are no suppliers of Iceland is like the closest for us. So this would specifically the it's a zero waste company too idea. Like when we develop this, we all are environmental friendly people. We want to make sure that everything we had a huge scope in the beginning, and we analyzed this giant scope of things that we can do with this product. I mean, the byproducts that you can create from it's a waste that is very useful. But today it's just the utilization of, that's why it's so important as part of this project, is the utilization of this waste. It might be a problem to the coastlines, but it's not something that you can just, like, why throw it away? It's very useful and it has application.
Okay, I prepared my questions. Here I am. So the first question I have regarding the cost of the product, because if you're talking packaging, there is a plastic packaging that exists. Producers are not that eager to switch unless they are made, like, by law to switch, right? So what's the cost? We talked earlier regarding the leather. The team admitted officially is going to be more costly. So will it be, what's the cost?
Again, without further analysis, I can't give you a specific number, but I can tell you that the process to create it is just like an elementary school process of creating paper. Just imagine the process, like you grind it down, you make a pulp, and it's exactly like making paper. So the cost really is on the collection and the well, we are. That is our yeah. No, harvesters. So the business model is, well, it's fuel and machinery. Well, I mean, it's no different than a farm. Yeah, so that's why we are strategically also placed. Like, if we partner with a port, like in Vidzeme, for example, like if our clients are in Vidzeme, our port is in Vidzeme, our seaweed is in the Baltic, you know, ships are very inexpensive compared to any other form of transport. So if you're trucking something, you know, paper, or, you know, we got to figure out where all the paper mills and think about how to transport the paper and all that. If we have the facilities in Vidzeme and we're servicing the Vidzeme region, and then the product that we produce, we just throw it onto a ship and ship it across the world, it's kind of a good centralized point to lower those costs. But we're also getting paid to collect it, so you can't forget, like, we're getting paid to get rid of somebody's trash, and then we're using it to make money. So really, you're eliminating like if she our customer, the potential customer, wants to buy this, they have to pay shipping costs, and then they have to pay somebody who harvested it, and they have to make money. So, like, really the cost to the farmer is, we're gonna be very competitive to that, because obvious reasons, right? You know, if we were gonna sell the byproduct, you know, in fertilizer form, it's gonna be a lot less than if somebody had to well, I mean, that's business, right? I mean, correct. So we're seeking. Yeah, we're eliminating an entire component of the chain.
I have a question regarding the seasonality. These seaweeds, they are not the season all around. They are somewhere in the spring, maybe somewhere in the summer, maybe in the autumn. How about the seasonality?
So because it's a scalable solution, we were discussing that, and it's like the way that we can handle that is that the harvesters and the barges can move with the seasons and with the seaweed. So with our predictive modeling, we can know exactly where to send our it's kind of like ships today and shipping routes. Like they might be in Asia, at some point, you logistically work it out so that we move with the seaweed. And then
You mean that the ship that will be processing the seaweed will also move together with the
exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, thank you. You have some questions?
Yeah, just one. The last question I had was regarding the type of seaweed. Does it in any way matter? Because there are different types of seaweed, right? So each country, each shore has a different type of seaweed. Does it matter which one do you need?
So if you coat it in rapeseeds with glycerin, there's no difference essentially, and the glycerin is quite cheap. We have a lot of it.
I also wanted to add, you're probably asking the type of seaweed, where it locates in the water, whether it's the seaweed, that maybe is dangling down at the bottom or top or on the shore. Like, does the type of seaweed matter? Our goal is to eliminate it before it even gets on the shore. So we're eliminating the problematic seaweed. That's the seaweed we're going to be dealing with. And like you mentioned, I mean, we can add additives to even make things stronger. But it's the chemical composition of the seaweed is pretty much versatile. We're moving away from the fossil fuel stuff, more towards carbon based, right?
Okay, super. There is some more questions? Where? Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, no, thank you. No, I'm sorry for. No, I'm sorry for letting this go on so long. But I had just one question. You just mentioned now that you have the harvesters will also function with the goal to sort of remove seaweed that could become problematic, right? That's something that you mentioned. Right, correct. Like, how is it like, and I don't mean this in a mean way, how is it environmentally friendly to like remove seaweed that produces oxygen? Right, because these seaweeds, I mean, they're still plants, right? They still produce plenty amounts of oxygen, and actually approximately 50 to 70% of our oxygen comes from under the ocean. So could you perhaps elaborate on that?
So the idea is not to eliminate all the seaweed. The idea is to eliminate the seaweed that is already on its way to infiltrate the shores, right? And I'm from South Florida, and I don't know if you guys have ever experienced like rotting seaweed, but like people with health problems, I mean, it could actually cause like harm to humans and animals and fish populations. I mean, anytime you have like a large amount of seaweed on a coastline and it's just decomposing and rotting, it could really affect it. It also adds to the degradation of your coastlines. So this issue goes beyond just it's not the seaweed that's alive in the ocean. It's not that. It's more sustainable than that. This is seaweed that's already on its way to become a problem on the coast. So that's part of our predictive modeling to make sure that we get it right before it's going to become a problem on the coast. Yeah.
And up to 20 tons of seaweed is on the coastline per square kilometer. So yeah, just not even the seaweed that's going to the coastline, but already on the coastline is already big.
Per kilometer.
So as I understand correctly, then you are going to pick up these dead seaweeds that are already on the coastline, not the live ones that are still in the sea.
Correct. End of life. I mean, we want to make sure that it's at its end of life. I mean, once it's reached this point, I mean, yeah. I mean, it's also a balance. I mean, you have customers that are requesting, like tourists is an industry, and if they want this off their beaches, I mean, your goal is to try to reduce that problem, right? And I think if you get it just before it gets onto the beach, you can solve that problem.
Okay, but these are customers?
They're customers.
Okay, they are customers.
And if they're unhappy, they won't come back. So there might be one-time customers.
Okay.
Hey guys in the Discord, could you give us a sign that you're here?
Can you hear us?
Yes, we can. Awesome. Are you
Okay,
guys ready to
perfect.
present?
So, our topic is about innovative solutions for food producers in the Zemgale planning region. We can go to the next slide. We identified a few problems in this region. The first one being is the lack of buying force, a long food chain going from farmers to the middleman being bigger companies that sell to supermarkets. Then a lack of publicity of farms and poor road infrastructure that leads to underutilized local product usage. We can go next slide. Okay, so we thought of a solution that is a digital marketplace to connect farmers and consumers directly. You can think of it as something like Amazon or eBay, but for farmers, as we identified that there isn't really something similar in this aspect in the current day and age. So this platform would feature, on this platform, local farmers can list and sell their products directly to consumers. So we just see like 5 kilograms of potatoes. Cool, I want that, and I order it, and it gets sent to our homes. We can go to the next slide now. So, our vision for this project, if you click it again, you will see sort of prototype that we've been working. There are 3 different types here. It's what it could look like. An example to more so give everyone a visualization and an idea to understand it as we understand it. We can go to the next slide. So, with this, we are reducing packaging through direct sales. As farmers and consumers would engage directly, this would eliminate the need for excess packaging used in traditional retail and distribution, as there would be no middleman. As well, this allows consumers to purchase directly from local producers, ensuring fresher goods with less unnecessary packaging. Yeah. How would we make this happen? We would firstly, of course, build a platform. We'd launch advertisements on radio stations because a lot of farmers use this technology still to get their information, and it would be the best way to get in contact with them. We also would launch a campaign to get farmers acquainted with the program. To get consumers to buy products from our platform, we would launch advertisements on various social media, as it would be that would be the best way to reach the consumer, younger people, and yeah, that would be it. We can go to the next slide. To add to this, we could issue some assistance from the government, which would help farmers with some of the bureaucracy, as one of the points was to cooperate with the local governments in Zemgale. We would also encourage farmers to join up in cooperatives to help divide up the work and make it an effective market. So we would encourage them not to sell it by themselves, but like have a team of 10 farmers, and it would be more effective this way. Also, there could be some encouragement from schools for students to help farmers with the management of their marketplace. In Lithuania, at least here, there's social hours, and such a similar encouragement could be used in Latvia. Of course, as it is developed by us, we have to mention that we would take a small percentage from each sale of the farmer to help the upkeep of our platform. But a rough estimate would be around 5 to 10%. So most of the profits still go directly to the farmers themselves. And lastly, this is more of a workshop idea, but we could get some funding for the helping the delivery of the products from the farmers to the consumers. Okay, we could go to the next slide. Now, why would this work? For local farmers, a revenue stream with lower distribution costs. It would create direct connections to consumers, so the farmers spend less time with paperwork, and they can just spend time producing the products. For consumers, it's easier to access fresh local products at competitive prices and with less environmental impact, as there would be less packaging used. For the environment, it would be reduced packaging waste, minimized carbon footprint due to shorter supply chains, and also greater support for sustainable farming practices. Next slide. Thank you. So the main competitor for our platform would, of course, be supermarkets that are already buying the products from farmers. But why are they our competitor? Well, they are the middleman essentially. They take a big cut from farmers and keep most of the profits from themselves. So it's not really effective and sustainable for the farmers. That's why we see less local products in our local supermarkets. We can go to the next slide. So, in summary, our marketplace makes a difference. Firstly, it encourages direct and equal partnerships between businesses, such as restaurants or cafes, and the farmers. This simplifies the procurement and supports fresh regional produce. Next, by connecting buyers directly with farmers, the need for a middleman is eliminated, significantly reducing packaging waste typically used for transportation and storage. And lastly, as not everyone has access to the local farmers market, this online marketplace would be an option for those people to get locally grown foods to their houses without having to spend a long time traveling through unknown roads. And that would be it from us. Thank you.
Okay, now I can speak. So I was speaking with myself also. Not so
If there are any questions being asked, I currently cannot hear them.
Can you hear now? Can you hear?
Oh, now I can hear it. No, sorry, that was
okay. We were not asking the questions. I was saying that I was speaking with myself. So pretty much I have one question. What will be the difference between already existing platforms? There are a lot of such platforms on the internet, in the Facebook, I don't know, maybe even in some Instagram, I don't know. But what will be the main difference between existing and your marketplace?
The thing is, with the platform that you mentioned, for example, Facebook Marketplace, it's a marketplace for many various products. So you could honestly buy a car on that platform. And with our marketplace, we give the farmers a platform so where they would only sell their own product. There would be no other obstructions, no other unnecessary baggage in that platform, and it would just be vegetables, meat, milk that they'd be selling.
Sorry.
It's just specific, and that would be the main thing that differentiates us from the currently existing markets.
Yeah, I understand, but the question was, there is also Facebook Marketplace. Okay, it's maybe not the best example of what I said, I mean differently. But there is also some other platforms that are available on the web. Buy and sell.
Yes.
What will be advantages of your platform, of your marketplace? For example, in Latvia we have platform no zemniekiem or Novada Garsha also, but there is one more, this meat where they are buying online, and also Novada Garsha is a specific one, yeah. Yeah,
well, one of the main points of discussion that could be made is different platforms offer different cut rates. So each market takes a different cut from the seller. And that would be one of our competitive points as we are looking to put farmers first than ourselves.
Okay. I think you still didn't answer on my question, but let's assume that I got an answer. Have you any ideas how much do you need to be invested in this platform to set it running? And also, what is your team members' competence?
So I'll start with the team members. Our team is, from what I've seen, is the youngest here. We are made of different types of students from different. Sorry, the word got stuck. Different fields of studies, and me myself, I'm an engineering student, but I try to specialize in marketing. On top of that, we have Thomas in our team. That is a very good spokesperson. He would help with would help teaching the farmers themselves. We have Greta and Rasa that work on web development, as well as Dovidas that is more on the technical side, programming and such.
Okay. Do you have some questions? I think, is there some questions from the hall? Yeah? Oh, we have the farmer.
Yes, I do have a question as a farmer myself. If you guys done any research into Latvian farming and the mentality amongst the farmers, because I saw in the presentation you had mentioned that you would encourage making cooperations amongst the farmers. That is a factor that I know that does not work currently in Latvia, and actually there are a lot of co-ops are being dissolved at the moment as we speak, and there are many local groups that bring together local farmers, organic farmers from the community, and sell their products directly to consumers, and also deliver farm to table produce boxes. So how would you compete with those? Well, I know, but
well, we. Oh, the question's on. Okay. I think we'd mainly be competing as we would be on an online platform, so you can just be anywhere in the world and order it. Where, as you mentioned, I think you are more focusing on selling in person. So that would be one of our main competitive advantage is availability. To address cooperatives, the farmer information that we read on the internet said that in Latvia they were focusing on cooperatives, so it might have been a little out of date.
Yeah, we have one more. Who handles a delivery? You do, guys, or the farmers do?
This is one of the more problematic points that we discussed. For delivery, we would be using a courier system to give an example, which I can describe it more quickly. In Lithuania, there's a courier system called Barbora, where you order from shops and they bring it to your homes. We could use a similar system in Latvia to have that same delivery process from farmer to consumer.
Okay, I can tell you a big secret. We also have Barbara in Latvia. And we
Perfect.
also have Easy Peasy. They are also doing the delivery things. So, do we have other questions? No? No? Okay, then thank you very much for this presentation. Now jury will go to have a very hard discussion. But thank you very much for all these presentations. One thing what I would like to say from my side, honestly, I'm really very, very impressed with all your presentations. And actually, I'm really very impressed what you have managed in 36 hours. Super. Next hackathon will be for 24 hours. So, but this was really very nice presentations. Yeah, that will be super hackathon. But the presentations was really very good. Interesting. Of course, there are some challenges in the presentations, and this is a presentation, some tips and tricks from my side. I always have to say something bad. So, guys, when you are going presentation, even if you are coming all the team, you are not in the relay. You are losing your time. You all are losing the time at that moment. The next thing is when you are doing this, you are switching the slides. Take out all the movements. Take out everything. You are losing the seconds. The seconds that is valuable for you. The next thing is you all are taught in the universities, in the presentation schools, everywhere. And you even have done it by yourself. When you are sitting here and I am standing in the front and speaking, what all of you are doing? You are reading the slides. So don't repeat everything that is written on the slide, because I will read it much more quicker than you will say. Use this double opportunity for you. Speak and show. So that I am sitting, reading and hearing. Use both of my sensorial feelings, not feeling, how it's to correct say. The next thing is you can even start moving, or if you are the whole team on the stage, some of you can also start showing some of the prototypes or dancing or whatever. So use all these possibilities for these 5 minutes. But pretty much I'm really, really impressed with your presentations. Thank you very much. And now we will need 3 hours for discussion, yeah? 4, okay. So see you later in some 3 hours maybe. See you tomorrow, next week. $20 minutes will be enough for us? Okay, then let's go. After 20 minutes then. Thank you. Yeah, but the problem is that I did not take. Are you ready for the results? Okay, before I'm announcing the results, the next steps will be we will announce results, then we will have some networking and talking and whatever, and then after this event you will receive digital certificates, and the winners will receive a special diploma, also digitally as it was written in the methodology. And then we will speak about the prize money, how you will receive it. So actually this was, as I assumed, it was a really very hard discussion between the jury members. Pretty much it was comparatively rather easy to select the top 5, and then we stuck in with top 3. And the last 20 minutes or 30 minutes we were discussing about the top 3. So I will start then with third place. Drum, 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 drum. So, and the third place goes to team gluten-free. Congratulations. Then the second place goes to team. What team goes to? Okay, number 3, cleanup team. You scored the second place. But actually you were very equal with the gluten-free. You got only some few points more. And after 30 minutes of discussion. And then the first place is actually, do you have assumptions? Who got the first place? Any ideas? Where? Which? Who? Good. I like that guy. Us. So, the number first place goes to team number 7, seaweeds. Congratulations, guys. Now, first place come in front, second place, and the third place. Let's have a family photo with them as the winners, and then all others are also joining us. But it was a really, really tough competition. Unbelievable tough. Thank you.